Just about there. Okay, well, here we're live. I need to get this is a Hoof Chat, October 14th, 2025. And we're going to start out with some uh, hoof evaluations and hoof help. Just a minute here. Got to get my webcam IV running. Just a second. Got to clean out the lens. Okay. And there we go. Now I got an ad that'll come on. Well, but it's not working on the thing. Why is that? Oh, there we go. There we go. Let's see. Gotta wait for this ad just a second. Yeah, I guess I don't have to. Just a second. Okay, I see what's going on now. Oh, do. Maybe I'll put it up here. Ah, there we go. And there we got it. Okay. Um, let's see here. Joella, are you there?
Hello,
Didn't you want me to do an evaluation on your horse's hooves?
I did.
Okay. You sent me a bunch of pictures too, didn't you?
Yeah, one group is the left hind and the other group is the right hind.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna get on Facebook and get that up. Just a second here. Okay. Trying to figure out where I'm at. Let's see. Alrighty. Just a minute. Open in Messenger. Okay, now let me get the find a screen share. How to reteach myself how to do this every week. Okay. Do believe that's it. Okay, well, Joella, I'm going to let you kind of introduce things and tell your story and what's going on with your horse and what you came from and how long you've been here and stuff like that.
Okay, I've been following your pa page for I want to say 2.5 years, maybe
Uh-huh.
three. And this is a horse we've evaluated before, but I'm kind of at a point where I'm a little bit confused by what's
Okay.
happening. So, um, like when I hold the hoof in my hand. Um, I'm getting soul chipping out and it seems like things are expanding and I feel like the heels are looking better, but then when I look at the photos, it looks like things are getting worse.
Uh-huh. I know how that feels.
I mean, something's moving because the both feet just turned totally brown.
Mm-hmm.
So something's moving, but hopefully not in the wrong direction.
Yeah, I hope so too. We'll find out.
Yeah. So this is that big warm blood that doesn't want to grow the lateral heels. And
Okay.
I've talked to you about her to the point of distraction probably. And then this is the also the horse that was frozen as a baby and you
Oh, yeah. I remember
um
that now.
yeah. So anyway, I guess I just have like some photos from a few months ago and then current photos. And
Okay.
I feel like the lateral heel is getting better and growing
Okay.
in, but and I feel like the back of the hoof is widening, but then when I look at the lateral views, it I mean the hairline looks better, but then I also feel like I'm getting a bull nose and I don't know what's going on with that
Okay.
thick ridge around the front of the hoof.
And how old is this horse?
She's 11
Okay.
and both everything is untrimmed.
Okay.
All the photos are untrimmed.
Okay, that's fine. And let's see, what I was gonna ask. What's her level of soundness?
She's sound. She popped a splint though, so she's not sound on that leg, but she's not unsound because of her feet.
Okay.
She's
Okay.
she's
So
unsound
she's
because
kind of
she
favoring that leg where she popped a splint.
yeah, she kicked herself pretty hard being
Oh,
an idiot, I
yeah.
think. Because there was like a break on the skin and then a splint showed up later, so
Oh, okay.
she does toe in and on the front, and I'm using the information from recent previous hoof chats on lowering the medial heel, and that is straightening. The
Helping
fronts
her
are
a
looking
little bit.
better.
Okay.
Yeah.
And which feet were was it you that you said don't grow a heel
It's
or
the hinds, the
the hinds?
lateral heels on both hinds.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
And have you got pictures of both front and hinds here or
No, I just sent you the hinds because
okay.
I feel like I've got a decent handle on the fronts right now.
Okay. Okay. Well, we will take a look here. Wonder if I got the of course not. When you need it, you want it, it's not there. You know, the thing that makes stuff larger. Sometimes on these pictures, they'll have it and sometimes they don't.
Oh.
Okay,
Um,
so
I do. So this left hind, I'm doing that casting wrap boot thing I sent you the video of on
mhm.
her to give her some heel behind. And on this
Okay.
one, I do put a little bit of a shim in so that the heels are level. And then I put the boot on.
Well, it looks to me like from May to September, the foot has improved.
Okay.
Um, that the bulbs here are looking stronger. The frog has come back, uh, has moved back. This whole part of the foot looks fuller in here. See how weak and everything just looks totally weak. There's just nothing supporting his foot here and stuff. But here you're starting to see some support from the heel that is grown on. And you can tell that more heel has grown in. Even though, like, I could enlarge this one here a little bit more to be a little bit more like this size, but you're still going to see what you're seeing here is it's starting to fill out in here. See how hollow it looks there?
Yeah.
Okay, and that's because the frog moved back and the frog started growing up between the bulbs and started pushing this digital, supporting and pushing this digital cushion up that's right in here. See how
Okay.
much fuller that looks?
Yeah.
I'm gonna uh, get a copy of that so we can look at it and enlarge it. Um, let's see. Okay, okay.
I've finally been able to ride her. I've had
Oh,
her since she was born and she's 11
uh-huh.
and I got on her and she didn't buck me off.
Well, good. That's always a plus.
Yep.
Okay, now can you see the difference in the conformation of the foot here between here and here? You see how much fuller the bulb looks here? You know,
Yeah.
you've got your digital cushion all connected to the bulb all through here. This is like between the bulbs on the foot. And like here, you just don't have anything. See, it's just like barefoot with no support at all. But here you can see that she started growing frog up between those bulbs and it's pushed this digital cushion up and supported it more. So, and even look at the shape of the cartilage here. It's just everything's just totally flat here. But look at how this is plumped up now. Because when you push that digital cushion up, well, the digital cushion's connected to those cartilages on the side, and so that pushes them cartilages up too. See there?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, I see good improvement here.
Okay. Because I'm not saying it's an issue. I see what you're saying. I'm just looking now at if I trace the hairline, that is a really bizarre shape between the two heels.
Between the two,
Yeah.
well, here, what you have over here is you just have a basically a bare internal foot with a thin covering over it and no support at all. Um, and you can see here that your coronary band is not only going down, it's being drawn in to this cleft between the bulbs as well.
Oh, I see
See,
that now. And over on the other one, I'm sorry to interrupt.
that's okay.
I can see it now coming up. Like there's no, on the left-hand side, it just stops. And on the right-hand picture, you can actually continue on and see it coming up.
Yeah, and look how much fuller it looks. See,
Hmm.
it's just like there was nothing here supporting this foot. It's like bare bulbs on the ground pulled under the foot. Okay. And on this one, you can see that the coronary band and the periopal has plumped up and looks so much healthier. And that you've got some frog growing up here between the bulbs that's kind of pushing things up. I mean, look at the difference even, in this, you can just really see a difference. See, in this area where the frogs stay eventually is supposed to grow from. It's still under the foot, but it's grown and it has really uh, helped that foot out a lot and stuff. So, okay, so let's go and look at some more pictures of this foot. Let's see. Oh, I need to switch. Okay, people got to remind me. Okay, there we go. Now, from the front, this one actually looks better, you know? And this one does, it looks, I believe you do have some stuff moving around in here
I
because you
think,
can see. Go ahead. What?
well, I can't really, the hoof that, is bleeding and turned brown, I
Hmm.
couldn't really tell, but it almost seemed like the horn tubules straightened up a little bit better in the toe.
Like they're instead of pushing this way.
Yeah.
Okay. See, that's good. Well, and the thing about it is when you see stuff like this, it's not necessarily bad because from the back, there's been a lot of movement. And so, you know, the lamina's moving, the foot's moving. How's the horse walk on this foot?
Good. She does rearing pirouettes.
Oh, wow. Okay. So she's obviously not having too much of a problem with the foot, so that's good. Okay. Let's go to the next picture. Yeah, you can really see how the wall is sucked under there, but it looks better over here, like it's stronger, which looking from the back, it looks stronger too. And you look at the bulb is pushed up and has and rounder. And here, everything's just flat over here.
Yeah.
and the back of the foot looks squeezed, like the wall is squeezing under, where
Look
here
at the
it's coming
color.
out more. It looks a lot stronger over here.
Look at the color.
Look at what?
The color. Just the white stripe.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Oh yeah. Huh.
Yeah. Yeah, that's really changed as well. Okay, let's see. Is this the other side of that same foot?
Yeah.
Okay, now isn't that something? How much better this side is. How it's funny how that other side. This is what I mean. Like uh these feet are like a Rubik's cube. Each heel is different, and then you got the frog in the middle, and they all move independently. So,
Yeah, and that's kind of where well, one of the places where my brain starts hurting because on this medial side that you're showing, I'm like, oh, that almost looks worse, but the hairline looks better.
mhm. Which one? This one here?
The hairline in September to me looks better than in May.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and look at the heel, how it's picked up. Okay, your
Yeah, but
bulb is more off the ground,
the dorsal wall almost seems bulgy though. Like,
but not real bad, you know, and stuff. It is a little bit, but then sometimes coffin bones are actually shaped like that. We could go look at some, and sometimes you'll see what I see is that the foot has really picked up here and gotten stronger. You know, to me, the
okay,
dorsal wall looks, yeah, you've got, some compression rings, and it's brown. Okay, but you're seeing good stuff. So what I'm seeing here is healing going on. See?
okay, that's
Okay.
awesome.
This is what?
That's awesome. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Oh, sorry, I'm a little dense. I haven't been getting a lot of sleep. Let's see.
So on this view, that I haven't I haven't done anything but wash it with water on both pictures.
Okay. I'm gonna take a copy and enlarge it here. Okay. Screen share. Okay, let's make it larger. Okay. Yeah, you can tell stuff is moving around with that brown color, but that's a good thing. Okay. And uh at least if it's going in the right direction, it's a good thing. And really what happens is when you're going in the wrong direction, you won't even see that happening, which is weird. I don't know why. But let's see. So this is the heel, which heel does not grow? This one over here?
The other one,
This one.
yeah.
Okay. Okay.
That's the most heel she's ever had on that side in her life.
Wow, well that's good. And that's pretty cool, that boot you made to elevate her feet.
Yeah, I mean, we just got two snowstorms in 2 days and the mud and in the clay is horrendous, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
they're just staying on. Like
Good.
it does like it's just solid. They don't rotate, nothing. I'm just so happy to have an easy alternative.
That's awesome. See, can we share that today, what you did?
Yeah, so I made that video for you to share
Okay.
on your channel. Like it's not accessible
Okay.
to anybody but you. So
Okay. Do you care if we show a little bit of it here today?
no, you can do what you want with it. You can show the
Okay.
whole thing. I don't care.
Okay. Because the thing I think is great is how you took a scoop boot and you kind of put a wedge pad system on it to elevate her heels. And now you're telling me that this first time she's had heel on this foot, so it's obviously helping, you
Yeah,
know?
so can I say, can I take a minute or
Sure. Yeah, please
okay.
do.
Um, so I've had her in full boots. What I mean, like the whole boot that you get from the manufacturer,
Mm-hmm.
um, for like 2 years. And I've been putting wedges in the boots, but I've been having a lot of problems with her back, like muscles and skeleton issues.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so I don't know what the difference would be between why her feet would change, but when I cut the scoot boot, did the modification and used it that way so that her toe wasn't off the ground, it was just her heels,
Mm-hmm.
that the feet just changed. Like that's where I'm finally getting a bunch of change happening. And then the other thing is that now that her toe is in contact with the ground and not elevated
Uh-huh.
with the rest of the foot, it's like a bunch of the issues in her back are going away.
Wow, that's awesome.
So I feel like just having shoes or boots on one end of the horse or the other, at least
Mm-hmm.
for this horse, doesn't work. It's too much of a difference in height, and it just
Mm-hmm.
like she was getting a roach back from it.
Okay. Well, that's really interesting because, okay, like for my horse, um, uh, to start helping the bulbs uncurl, like you can look at her here. Okay. You see how the bulbs twist in like that?
Yeah.
Okay. So ultimately, that has to all come out. And so that there's no crease here and it's just full. So your frog, well, and you're seeing, let me draw here just a minute. Okay, don't need black. What do we use? Oh, let's use green. What the heck? Okay, so I was seeing okay, so your bulbs. I need a bigger deal. Just a minute here. Try this. So your bulbs are going in like this. Both of them. And then your frog is, we'll make it in red. Your frog goes like this. Okay, so see this part right here?
Mm-hmm.
That actually belongs up behind the foot, way up between the bulbs. You know where when we were looking at the back of the foot, just a minute here. I'll show you where this belongs right here. This frog and these bulbs that are right there.
Before you
Just
change the picture, can you show where the apex of the frog is on this view? Is it,
well, uh
did it move back or is it lighting?
yeah, it's just lighting. It's just lighting. And this is another thing too. You want to continually trim these apexes down to make sure you haven't got a bunch of dead hard frog in here because this whole frog and these bulbs, this frog is going to come all the way back like, okay, probably this part here belongs up behind the foot. Okay. Let me show you here just a second here. Okay, so okay. Okay, are you seeing this picture again that we had earlier for the back
Yeah.
of the foot? Okay. Okay, so let me get this here. Let's see. Okay, so ultimately, this is all going to come up, okay? But that frog, these bulbs that are twisted in there, eventually this all uncurls, and what's in here, all this will come out and wind up, it should be about here. Like that. And then that frog, instead of being under the foot, it would, I'm trying to think of how it would come up here. It'd come clear up in here. Something like this. See that?
Hmm.
That's where it really belongs. Right now, it's pulled under the foot right here. And so that whole thing, like I said, these feet are like a Rubik's cube. And so the center, all this here, it can be pulled down and under. Even if a person restores heels, this part can still be pulled and sucked under. So ultimately, and that's a thing too. If I'd have known this a number of years ago, I can look at Valor's feet and see where I had opportunities to go there. But since I didn't know what was going on, really, just got to grow heels. And then, of course, learned about the frog stand stuff, but did not know the true placement of the frog and the coronary band here. And uh so I missed opportunities to move all that back. And so this part here stayed under the foot. See, you can see it right here. The part of the frog that's supposed to be right here is actually right here. Here,
I'm
I'll
glad
move.
I can see it finally.
Yeah, me too, you know, and stuff because it's been there right in front of our eyes, but we didn't know what we were looking at, you know what I mean? And stuff and yeah, like what was it? Uh did you hear about our discovery of there is no central sulcus? That was a good
Yeah.
one,
Yeah.
you know.
Yep.
So, we're just all discovering this stuff as we all continue to just working towards getting our horses sound, trying to figure out what is a true foot of the horse, you know? And with each thing we discover, everybody starts coming on board and seeing it too, you know, and seeing the improvement in their horse. Like I see a lot of improvement here from this foot here with nothing, no support at all, okay, to you see a lot of internal change here and support in the back of this foot. I think it's great.
Yay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah, it's not worse, it's better. But I understand, it's just like the first time when Valor's bulbs let go and they kind of extended out behind the capsule, I thought, oh no, his heels ran forward. I thought his foot got worse, but in reality, it was getting better. It was just going through a stage that I didn't even know about foot binding then, or that the bulbs were pulled under and bound by the periople. So then when it was wet and I'd been trimming him and trimming the frog, and so then when they got enough moisture and they pulled away and released, I had no idea what I was even looking at. Let's see. Uh, okay. go back to the sole view here. Just a second. Share. All right. So yeah, so this is one thing I would work on every time cleaning up this apex because your bulbs and everything are going to have to come out here as well. I let's look at the side. Let's go back and look at a couple
Before
more
you
pictures.
before you go on, what's that buildup in the toe?
That to me just looks like it's either it could be well, okay, so laminar serum, which is like a biological rubber cement that is produced by one of the coriums right next to the sole on the outer rim of the foot. See, like when the wall grows down and it has to connect to the sole, well, the sole doesn't have lamina like the sides of the foot does. And so it injects this yellow rubber glue into the lamina to connect the sole to the foot. And so if the foot is feeling a little compromised or something like that, sometimes that stuff will work overtime in the white line. I don't know if that's what it is. This could just be a chunk of sole. Okay.
It
Have
showed up within 3 weeks, like it just appeared.
Okay, it's very likely sole. Okay, but if it feels rubbery, it could be laminar serum. Okay, because see the red right there in the toe?
Yeah.
Okay, sometimes when the wall and sole are feeling threatened, like they're gonna separate, then that whatever that is that produces that laminar serum goes to work and injects that stuff, and sometimes it'll come right out of the white line. Only it will be like rubber, except that I have seen it where uh it came out, it covered the sole, it lipped up over the outer edge of the wall, and then it turned clear like epoxy.
Huh.
So it's an interesting substance, but it is the stuff that makes up your white line that's really yellow. And so, we've seen how glue works. Rubber cement. Rubber cement is flexible, which is what's in your white line, but it can also uh, dry and get very hard at the same time sometimes. So what I would do is I'm going to look at the side of your foot. I would measure my dorsal wall, and you might just be able to take a knife up there and kind of loosen that and clean that out. Now, do you have a Proxon?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right. Now, one thing I see is that you could probably take this bar down a little more right in here. Just kind of clean that up just a little more right there, and that would be maybe okay. Um, Other than that, I would just work at every, once a week or so, taking that Proxon and cleaning up the sole.
Okay.
Okay, because that will also encourage it to grow. Because to me, I think that these tubules, whether the tubules on the wall or whatever, they're like fiber optics. And so when you just burnish them with that Proxon flap disc, then it's sending messages to the brain. I'm getting a lot of movement here. Grow, you know, make my feet grow.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, and because I talked to a guy, BLM guy at a wild horse auction here a number of years ago, and he told me when they first catch these horses and they come in, their feet grow like crazy. and they slow down after about 6 months, and that's when they have them come in and trim them. See? So, and I've seen it on my own horse. I had a situation where I wanted to keep his feet wet, so I had these easy boots with these dials on them. And the dials, that thing had a weird tongue for that boot, and it put pressure up on the wall by the coronary band, and he got a big gash there. And so I was trying to grow that out, and I grew that out from the middle of the dorsal wall down and out in 7 months by continually burnishing the walls to make the foot think it was getting movement and growing. So
Nice.
that's pretty good, you know.
Yeah, that
A
is
whole
good.
Yeah. Okay, let's look
So,
at some
so
more
do I
pictures.
understand this right, that you took a boot and opened the toe where her toe is on the ground?
Yeah, let me
Well,
go show you.
from this picture, is that part at the toe not where that's where the toe is on the ground, and the line is where the boot is on the sole, so that she's polishing that toe,
Oh, hey.
and then she's not getting wear on the other sole that's under the boot.
Yeah, that makes sense. Let's go look at it.
Yeah, the boot
Maybe
doesn't go
that's
that
what it
far
is.
forward, but the casting wrap does.
Yeah.
Ah,
So,
okay. Yeah, it's probably just some excess sole that got compressed or something like that. You know, I would take and just clean this foot up with with the Proxon.
I mean, the shape of the toe is so different between the two pictures. Like,
Well, oh,
I've got kind of like a spade, a deformed spade
yeah.
on the left.
Yeah, and it also might have been, have you had some wet weather?
Um, so this picture, no, we just got the wet weather. So this picture was taken before we got weather.
Oh, okay. This one here on the right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, let's go look at some more pictures here. Let's see. Let's see, we were looking at which foot?
We were looking at the left, which is the one that's the
Okay.
worst, and then this is, yeah.
Wow, that thing is really growing. You know it? And stuff. That foot is like in overtime growth. How
I have a
interesting.
tendency to like, I just start chopping, you know?
Uh-huh.
And so I don't know that that's good, but
Well, you need to at least map your heels and your bars. At least to know for sure where you're at there.
yeah.
Let's see here. Okay, to reshare. Oh, wrong one. Wait a minute. Okay, let's take a look at these. See, both feet have improved. I'm looking at the coronary band right here. Now, see, here you can see it looked like that heel wanted to just bust off.
Yeah, it did. On both sides, it was poking through and saying hello.
Oh, wow. And now you got much healthier periopal skin over the coronary band, which is actually the bulb area. You know, uh, you've actually got some foot here. Um, so I mean, how's she on this foot?
Good. She's she seems sound behind.
Okay. Well,
You can see that really thick ridge built up on this one too, especially on that
yeah,
right hand side.
yeah, stuff just moving. And in my opinion, for what I've seen and experienced, that's that healing brown that starts happening when stuff starts moving back into place. Now, I suppose it could happen. It can happen when things aren't good too, I'm sure. But in this case, I'm just seeing that this horse has way more foot now than she had over here in June. See? And looking more like the foot is supposed to behind here as the foot starts to get support. So I think she's doing well. Okay, let's go back here. Okay. Yeah. I mean, you still got a lot of that brown color, but it's looking good from behind, and she's not being bothered, and you got more foot than you had. Uh, she's elevated behind so much better. And that's the medial.
This is the lateral,
Oh, the lateral. Okay.
lateral right. Yeah.
Okay. Wow, that foot has really changed. Yeah, so she's never had to really support the back of her foot before. There's really no support here. Now all this growing in and the foot is having to adjust for that area to be loaded.
Oh, that's an interesting idea. Yeah, I never thought of it that way.
Yeah, it's just never had to do that, and as well, I think the foot has gotten bigger. Something's going on back here with this area. Let me take a peek, get save that image, and we're going to look at it in a bigger format. Now this is looking kind of weird, like the frog is indented. Is it, or is that just the way it
Um,
looks?
I like this is untrimmed, but it's only untrimmed as of 3 weeks. The one on in September. So, and I really chopped the frog off. Like I was
Uh-huh.
down to the window where you could see the corium.
Okay. Yeah. Well, again, and look at you got the same thing. The same thing going on with this as you have the other one. It's just a different shape. See it? See the sole ridge?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
New
So,
share, Linda.
oh, sorry.
We're still looking at the small image.
Let's see. There you go. Okay, see this around here?
Yeah.
Okay, that's really, I guess, the same thing,
So
you
I had a
know?
question about that because so after I took this photo, I went ahead and trimmed it.
Uh-huh.
And I took my nippers and I just tried to peel. I didn't cut, but I tried to peel that sole ridge.
Uh-huh.
And I kind of just took what would come loose, which was the stuff basically in the quarters and the toe and approaching the toe, but the stuff in the toe did not want to budge. So I just left it.
Um,
But I
well,
didn't know. I feel like if I could peel that out, I could also change the angle more because I could cut the hoof wall down,
yeah,
in the toe.
let's look at the side view
But
again.
maybe my bone would be too close to the out of doors.
Yeah, that too. I think it's good for now the way that the wall is connected to this, but then again too, it looks like you have some separation right there. The main thing is to just start cleaning up the soles a little more. So that you know more of what's going on. Okay, let me go back here. So we'll
I
look at
did take
that.
pictures after I trimmed it as well, but I didn't think they would be as informative.
Well, then I could see how you're trimming.
That's true. Yikes.
Okay, so we're looking at this, and then hmm,
If I may say something, hello everybody.
hello. Oh, sorry there. I kind of nodded out for a second. I was like, oh, wake up.
This hoof reminds me of Dodo's hoof.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's right. It kind of does, doesn't it?
And there are big changes coming in these hoofs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I see everything I see going on is headed towards a good place. I mean, uh, this horse had absolutely no support in his foot here. And so he's really starting to develop some support in the frog, which is going to push the whole back of the foot up. But yeah, I would take and clean this up some more.
I
And
just
then,
sent you the trim
oh, okay.
picture so you can pick on my trimming.
Okay. That's, well, see, this is looking good and stuff. One thing I do is kind of clean up in the central sulcus more and you need to get in there with the knife and get this point out of the frog apex.
Okay.
Okay. Because that frog apex is going to be right about here. And what you're going to find too is the whole foot shift and the frog moves back is that it's going to move. And so we have to remove and make sure we're really getting on this front part of the frog because it will just hold the frog forward. And we're wanting this whole frog to move back here. So, well, this looks pretty good what you did here. You still can take your Proxon and don't be afraid to clean up a little bit more stuff like that. Okay.
Okay.
And then after a period of time here, we're going to check out what's going on here. And maybe clean that up a little more too. But this is pretty good. But yeah, I would take that Proxon. And in fact, here in a little while here, I'm going to show a video I did of the last trim I did on Valor. And so maybe there's some things in that that'll help you too.
Okay.
Okay.
Can I ask a question about this, Linda?
Sure.
In this trim, it looks like the bars are removed. Did you remove them all the way?
I removed the outer wall of the bars.
Okay.
Okay.
I was wondering if this foot, because it's just starting to get some movement in the back, wouldn't he need a little bit more bar support?
I don't know. I don't know.
Because I'm wondering
Sometimes I wonder
if the
about that
foot,
myself.
yeah,
Um,
I'm wondering if because the foot is still not completely developed
yeah.
and he's just starting to grow in heels, if you leave a little bit bar, that he would have more support so that his heels don't collapse forward.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, we're gonna see and stuff now that you've done this, right? And stuff, so we'll see what happens to your foot from here on.
Okay,
You
yeah,
know,
because
but Sandra, I think that's a really important point,
yeah,
you know. Yes, I do.
Yeah, we want to keep the heels up and not compromise them too much if they're in the development stage, I think.
Yeah. No, I think you're right. You know. Let's look at what they looked like before. Which foot is this? The what?
right hind.
Right hind. Here we go. Okay. Hmm. Let me look at the other page. Let's see. Share. Well, you did. It's not this one, is it? This is left hind. Just a minute. Did I? Maybe I didn't take a picture of that one. Oh, yeah. Okay. I think this is it. Is that it? Yeah, right hind.
Yeah.
Okay. So this side doesn't seem to have a bar anyway, does it?
No, it doesn't seem
Yeah,
to. Yeah.
yeah. So, you know, uh, let me get that other picture and we're gonna put it up next to this one. Let's see here.
I think maybe my bar is my soul right now, right there.
Okay. Oh, well, I see some semblance of some kind of bar in there. Just a second here. Oh my God, I'm tired. I'm just dying here. Ugh. I can't sleep past 4:30 in the morning, and I usually don't get to bed till like midnight. And this has been going on for a week, and I'm just like,
Jeez.
yeah, I'm just beat.
Yeah.
Um, let's see here. Yeah, so I'm a little ringy. Let's see.
Well, you can play my video and take a 12-minute nap.
There we go. Um, okay. Okay, hold on here just a second. I want to put these two pictures side by side so we can compare them. Because that's just something I like to do. Yeah.
Is that frog close to the frog corium in this picture? That pink stuff
What pink stuff?
in the frog?
Pink stuff in the frog.
If you move down your
Oh,
cursor.
down. I see what you're saying. That's either a bruise. I think that's more of a bruise. I don't know if that's actually, you know, um, I think
Yo-
some of this is periopal though, not real frog.
Oh, okay.
Just a second. Taking a picture. I haven't got them the same size, but it'll be all right. Wait a second. This stupid thing. Okay, now where are we at? Well, share. Okay. So, are we looking at the right foot here?
Well, the picture that's not trimmed, that's from June. That's not the same.
Oh, okay. Okay, because this doesn't look much different than what you did here. And
The
so
other
you
picture, the picture on the right was the untrimmed of the trimmed.
okay. Duh. I told you I was tired. Um,
No, you're fine.
hmm, let's see here. I'm looking for that picture now. Okay. Oh, yep, there we go. Okay, well, we'll just do this again. Actually, we could have all of them together. Just a second here. Okay, now I got the left. Okay. Ah, there we go. Okay, we're gonna put you over there. Things aren't working out for me here. Ah, there we go. Here, we'll do this. There. I think I got it. Is that
Yep.
right?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, good. Oh my goodness. Okay, so yeah, I'm just gonna hold with the same thing that for now. You need to get that prox on and clean that up. Okay? To where
Okay.
I'll show you what it needs to look like and stuff. And then I would clean if you can. This might be kind of close to corium right here, where the bulbs curl in. But other than the fact that you didn't take the apex of the frog back enough, this your frog looks good
Okay.
and stuff. But but yeah, for some reason he's developed this is a soul ridge that's going on out here. And so he just basically compressed it and it's hard for some reason or another. And sometimes too, uh when there's some compromise going on, like we already know from looking at the front view, looking at the wall and the brown and stuff like that. And
Mm-hmm.
so what could have happened here too, I didn't think about this, is that is the sole ridge, but you notice it's kind of yellow and the sole is real porous. And so because the foot is compromised and things are moving around, it's going into uh, adaptation and survival mode. And so it will emit this laminar serum into the sole that will harden everything. And that's when you'll see it gets real yellow and hard. And so that's what I'm seeing here. And shiny. It'll get shiny too. So it's sole, but because it's porous and the foot injects this stuff into it to harden it up. Like it's got its own form of hoof hardener. Just thought of that.
Okay. Yep.
So so why don't you in the next day or so get your Prox on, and after I show this video today, and then just really clean your sole up and stuff. I mean, you don't have to go too deep, but you can get so that that whole thing looks pretty clean, you know. And then you eventually got to learn to shape the sides of the foot right in here so that it's symmetrical. Like here, you've got it real thick. You got real thick sole in here, and here it's not, it's different, you know, it's more concavish. So you're letting one side build up while the other side is just kind of thinned out. Uh,
Okay.
and so you want to get so that you're consistent in uh, how you clean out the bottom of these feet and stuff because it'll make a real difference for the horn tubules to all start be moving back into place and growing correctly. Okay, so you got any comments or anything else you want to say?
Um, I no, I think I I understand what you're saying about the modifications to my trim. So, and I'm just wondering, like you can see, I took out the hooks on the heels,
Yeah,
bar and the sole, and I also took out the wall, the outer wall of the bar.
we'll see what happens.
So yeah, I'm kind of curious about that. I mean, I put the wraps, I rewrapped her like a week ago.
Hmm.
So I'm gonna give her a couple more weeks in the wrap before I take it off, just so I can, get the maximum out of my money.
Yeah, yeah,
Um, no, it's pretty cheap. But yeah, I'm curious to see. I appreciate that tip about because maybe just really chopping the bars only part of the way back from the apex of the frog and leaving some support there would be a good idea because she's 1,500 pounds. So
yeah, yeah. She's a big horse, huh?
yeah.
Um, and you can start by just defining the bars and the sorrel more before you get into that,
Okay.
you know. And I want to thank Sandra for bringing that up, okay? Because I was not even noticing that
You're
like I
welcome.
should have. So, uh, well, that's why I train you guys. No, just joking. So you can do it and I don't have to. Nope. If your horse is growing a heel, what you did, let's look at your video. Okay. I
Okay.
want people to see what you did because I think it's really innovative and uh like like with what I did with Valor, I saw where his heels need to be elevated to be able to unroll that foot because it's lowering the foot that curls the heels in. Therefore, if you can elevate the back of that foot, you're going to have a lot more luck in getting those heels to uncurl because the foot isn't going to be constantly pulling on them. Um, so we're going to go look at your video because I thought it was really great what you did.
Well,
Okay.
yeah, I mean, hopefully it's helpful to one person.
Yeah. Oh, it should be helpful to everybody, you know, for sure. Okay, let's see here. Just a second. I'm going to show a picture of what you're doing here. Exactly. Which this is going to support your foot anyway, since you're doing this. So Sandra needs to see this. I think this'll help. What do you think there, Sandra? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just looking at it. What she's done.
I'm gonna show
Is
a
that
video.
kind of rubbery or a sock or what am I looking at?
Casting material.
Okay, yeah. It gets really hard, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You make it wet and it becomes like sort of yeah, how do you say it? When you have a broken arm and you put this white stuff on the arm, what is called in English?
Cast.
Cast? Yeah.
Yeah, it's a cast. This is made out of what is it? This is resin. Like you can have the plaster casting, but they make
Mm-hmm.
these now out of resin.
Okay. Oh, that's cool.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
good idea. Good idea.
so we'll look here now. One thing I am looking at, which maybe it won't make any difference though, is it putting too much pressure like on this area right here? Or what do you think? I can't tell exactly how things are moving here, but
I checked that when the foot's on the ground and it's not the cast isn't pushing on her bulbs.
oh, okay. Okay, let's see here.
But I show in the video like how I make it do that with my hoof pick.
Okay. Where is that video?
Right there, right, nope, down, other way. It's just a
Oh,
link.
there we
Yep,
go. Okay.
right there.
Okay. Let's see. Hold on. So I need to do a different kind of share so we can hear you and stuff. Just a second here. Stop share. Now share. Um, advanced. Share optimized for sound. Okay, screens. Okay, I'm going to make it bigger. And then tell me if you can hear.
Heels on horses that have really underrun heels, and I can't get them to stand up. So what I did here is I took a scoot boot and
Can everybody hear that?
And
Yes.
I cut
Okay.
it. So I just cut it just in front of the.
I gotta say, what I think is pretty funny here is your horse just keeps bumping you.
I almost fell over.
I know, I've seen that. She's like, get this over with and let me out of here. I'm a mare. I want gone. Okay, I'll let go.
First single tread, so there's a groove here and there was a groove here, and I just cut it along that groove. And then I don't know if you can see it, but we beveled the edge so that it wasn't a harsh breakover right there. And then I also beveled the edge right here.
Again.
And since we put these cables on, I've
That's too
found
funny.
that I don't really need this apparatus, but I just thought I'd show this to you in case it was something you'd want to do. But basically the casting wrap is going to grab onto these scoop boot knobs, and that's really helps to hold it in place. And then I have a pink tag on this, so if she does kick it off in the field, I can find it. And I just have the back part of the scoop boot. I have it heat stretched a little bit so that it's not going to be tight on our heel bulbs. It seems that the casting wrap, when I put it around this, it acts like a framework to hold everything, so that the heel bulbs can not be in contact with the casting wrap, but the casting wrap still has enough stuff to stick to that it holds the whole thing on. This horse is very flicky with her front feet, so when she really gets going, sometimes this does flip off, and I've been able to get it back on her. But my other horse that I am doing the hind feet, both hind feet, because she has pretty severe negative angles in the hinds, she runs like crazy, and I haven't had them come off yet in the mud or while she's running or doing rearing pirouettes or leaping off the ground. So I don't know if it's just the front feet flick that causes this to come off, but it's only come off 3 times and it's been on over a month. So if you're interested in the cable thing, what we did is we took a drill and we drilled holes through this center frog deal here, and then we drilled holes through this heel part. So I don't know if you can see that. And then we ran cables through and used these pinch clamps and made loops, and then this kind of comes around the front and cinches down. But it was a real pain in the ass. I think it took like at least an hour to do, and I don't know that it really adds benefit because the other horse doesn't have it at all and it's working. So anyway, so what I'm going to do is I've got a freshly trimmed hoof, and I have the boot clean and ready, and I have some gloves to protect my hands from the glue that's on the casting wrap. I'm using Ortho Hoof 2-inch casting, equine casting tape. I got this off of Amazon. And the 2-inch, this is the horse I'm doing right now is 15 3 hands, and the 2-inch seems to work really well. The 17 hand horse, the 3-inch works way better. So I guess if you were doing a pony, you maybe want a 1-inch. I don't know, but that's what's been working for me. And then it has black glue or adhesive on the tape. So I'm wearing a shirt for this purpose that, you know, will protect my skin. I still get some on, and gloves. And yeah, so I don't open this until I'm ready to put it on. And then I just dip it in the warm water. It doesn't have to be warm water, but today we're pretty cold here, or chilly, so if it's a little bit warm, it'll set up faster. If you open it too early and then you're like dinking around for 15 minutes, this is probably going to be not any good anymore. So you want to just open it just beforehand. So I'm going to put the boot on. I'm going to put this gizmo on, and then I'm going to wrap it, and then I'm going to put a piece of saran wrap over the bottom, because when she sets her foot down, I don't want the tape to stick to my mat, my stall mat, and then it's glued to the stall mat, and then it kind of rips away from her foot when she picks up her foot. So she's trying to walk on me right now. So anyway, so let's do that. Yes, I see you. Right, so I'm gonna put my gloves on. So with this horse, I'm only putting this on one foot because she's got a pretty severe high-low syndrome going on, with suspensory issues on the high foot, and just let me get the positions better here. Oh, you need to hold still for a minute. So I'm just using this to elevate the heels on the low hoof. And that actually has taken care of the swelling of the suspensory tendon on the other foot. And I'm still kind of trying to figure out the musculoskeletal issues. So see how the boot goes on like this? When I put the casting wrap around, the boot kind of acts like a framework to shape the casting wrap, so I'm not depending on these tender heel bulbs to
Linda, if you're speaking, you're on mute.
do that. So I'm going to grab my.
Yeah, I was talking, I have my thing off. I said another thing is it might offer a little bit of expansion to the foot at the same time because it's in the boot, even though you have the cast on. You know, a little slip on the inside, a little bit, you know, just a little.
My hoof pick real quick because I'm going to need that. So after you put the casting wrap on, it's decently soft for a few minutes, and you can kind of use the hoof pick to push it away from like the hairline and stuff like that. So we put a lot of effort into this, but I don't know what that it adds, but I'm kind of pained to take it off because we put so much effort into it. So I got the cable in the wrong spot. Hold still. Horse. Okay, so I'm just gonna let her put it down for a minute. And I'm just gonna check my chestnuts. Yeah, so my chestnuts are usually like an inch off. The knees are level, but the chestnuts are almost an inch off. Oops, I broke my glove. I'll get another one. Hold on a sec. My mat's pretty level here. I've checked that before, but you know, if you're making modifications like this, I would triple, quadruple check what you're doing before you actually commit to it. All right, so try not to drop it in the dirt. I've got my bucket of warm water here. I've got my foot, so I'm gonna dip just so that the beginning tape, and then gonna wrap it around the heel. Don't worry about having it up on the heel bulbs right now because I'm gonna fix that before it dries. And then where I really want it, so you don't want to bring it up onto the hairline much. You can for now a little bit. It's not that big of a deal because I'm gonna fix that too, but at the end of this story, you don't want this, because this stuff is hard and sharp, just like a cast like you would get if you broke your arm once it dries, and you don't want it digging into their tender bits. So I try to get most of the bulk of the tape on the bottom here because that's where it wears off first. So for this horse, it lasted over a month. For my big warm blood, it was like about every 2.5 weeks I have to redo it just because she's such a beast. Okay, so I got it on and I'm just splashing. You don't want a ton. You don't want to wash the glue off. You just want to kind of activate it. And then I've got my saran wrap. I guess it'd probably be a good idea to make sure your horse doesn't freak out with saran wrap before you do this. And then I just want her to stand on it. So now, okay, so I definitely don't want this on her hairline. So I'm taking my hoof pick and I'm tucking it behind the lip of the scoop boot, like that. And maybe kind of keep your head away from their knee so you don't get kneed in the face, because I can tell you that that really sucks. And then in the heel area here, easy babes, you see how it's up on her heel bulb? That is not ideal. So I'm just going to use my hoof pick while it's still soft and make sure it's not pushing on this tender part here. Okay, so I've got it off of her heel bulbs, and I've got it off of her hairline. And I've got, see how I have room here? I stretched the scoop boot because it was pretty snug when I test fit it. So it's got a little bit of room all the way around there.
I like this better than regular casting.
I mean, you don't want it super sloppy because it's got to stay on, but you don't, since this is going to be on 24/7, you don't want it. And then it's just going to take it, no, just keep your foot down. So you can see how the casting wrap is around the front here and holding on. And I don't have it wrapped down around the toe. Let me show you that on the bottom. See, I don't have anything on the toe. The boot is just here to give the casting wrap some structure. But basically I've gained about a quarter of an inch of elevation here. And we'll just let her dry. All right, that's probably good.
What a great idea.
Yeah, isn't it?
Yeah.
I thought it was great. Oh man.
Definitely.
Yeah, thank you,
You're
Joella.
welcome. Desperate times call for desperate measures.
Yeah, no kidding. Well,
Look
I
like-
think it's a really great idea. And like you've already started noticing changes from this, right?
Yeah, and like I'm not sure why, but I'm getting a lot more changes than when I just used a boot, a normal boot with a wedge.
Mm-hmm. It's probably from it's offering some more stability and a little movement with at the same time, maybe. But
Well, the hoof can stay wet too. I noticed she gets mud in it, and it doesn't stay so dry like it does in a boot.
okay. Yeah, that probably makes a difference too. Yeah, I'm all for wet, using water and wet to get these feet growing and changing. Yeah, that was really good. Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, I hope it can help somebody's horse.
Oh, I'm sure it will. Yeah, absolutely. Um, there's not a lot of height there, right? But there's some. And it reminds me of just the whole fact of trimming these heels out. Okay, they're not taking off a lot to start out. It's that little bit every time, you know? And so what happens here is you're allowing heels to grow. So you're adding a little bit every time, plus giving them some extra just with the support of the boot and the height, you know? And that little bit means a lot to these feet. So yeah, that was awesome. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to bed now. No. If we're watching some videos, make sure, okay, if you don't hear from me, you give me a nudge. Oh my goodness sakes. Okay, so I want to show you the video I did trimming Valor's feet because I want to talk about uh trimming the front of the foot and trimming the toe quarters and shaping the toe quarters to the foot. Before we do that, I want to look at some things over here. Just a minute here. Okay. Oh, yep, I guess I'm still, let's see. Stop pin. Okay, I'm gonna pin this. Um, okay, so when I'm talking about trimming the foot and getting this part of the foot the right shape, these pillars, or really they're called toe quarters, because they're not major support, they're not a major support beam like some of these trim methods have made them. And so pretty sure I got a rear foot here and a front foot here, which is you see kind of the difference in the shape. Okay, so because the foot, the capsule, let's look at this. The capsule grows down and forward. See that? Down and forward. So when you flip it up like so, and you're rasping it, you're rasping it down, but it's really going back up and back. Do you understand what I'm saying? Capsule grows down and down and forward. And then if I was to, if I rasped it like this, you'll be able to understand how as I took the wall down, it would go up and back. Okay. Only thing is, of course, when I'm doing that, I have the foot like this. And so, let's see here. And so it's real important that you learn to rasp the sides of the toe quarters down so that they will be the shape of the foot. Because when, let's say it all grows even, down and down, and of course it's growing forward because of course it's at an angle like that, right? So it grows like this, see? And so as it grows down and forward. So the piece that's right here winds up forward like that. So you got to make sure that when you're rasping that growth off, that you're bringing this part of the foot down and back. Yeah, well, actually, it'd be going up and back. You get it? See, it's kind of confusing. You got to make sure you're trimming this part. Otherwise, if you leave it a little long, you're going to find that it's not going to shape to the foot here. You'll wind up with a round or a square toe. And then, just a minute, I'm going to have to sneeze. Hold on. Okay, I'm back. You'll wind up with a round or square toe because you're going to be leaving it high. And then, like, okay, this one isn't too bad, but you can still see where the growth rings slightly rise here. See? And they're not supposed to do that at all. This should not be like that at all. Should not be going like that. Should be following the shape of the foot. And then here you can see where this has been left high. Now, I never trimmed this foot. I dissected it and I did take the hoof capsule off, but now it's all dried out, and so the hoof capsule's stuck on it again. And so, let's see. I believe it was a front foot. Molly's toe, this is off Molly, so her toe was a little squared off there because of my trimming her barefoot for, what was it, 8 or 9 years? Remodeled the toe. So, but this is Fancy, who broke her leg, and then Holly Burns. I'm sorry if I don't remember in my brain right now who the horse actually belonged to. Nice lady though, and we got several feet from her. But what farriers, what we do, a lot of people do is wind up leaving this area right here just a little bit high. And then when you leave it a little bit high, what's it going to do? It's going to push up, and that's what you're going to see go on with your growth ring there. And so, and you can see it right here that he left this little bit high. See the difference in the shape there? That shouldn't have that like that. And so you learn, first of all, just having in your head the shape of the foot, that it is it's not round. The foot is not round. The front foot is oval. And this is another thing our mapping does. When you map and you draw that line down the center of the foot, then you can look at each side of the toe to see if they're symmetrical, instead of one being, out more like this and one in, or if it's round or square or what have you. And then on your back feet, even more, you learn even more how to take these toe quarters back and down and back, or however. Anyway, by rasping flat, just like you were going to put a shoe on it. See? Okay, so with that said, I'm going to show you this video because I really think this is like really super important, and it's really taken me a long time to try and master the concept. But I'm getting better. I'm better and better at it all the time. Okay, so just a minute. I'm going to get the video. Oh. Okay. Okay. So that's Mr. Okay, let me know if you can hear this. Can you hear that? Hello?
Nope.
Really?
I don't think it's shared.
Oh, that would help, huh? Thank you. That would help. Okay. Duh. Let's see here. Mad. Oh my goodness sakes. Share. Oops. Okay. You see it now? Okay, let me know if you can hear it. Okay, and
We can hear.
so, okay,
I
so
can
I'm
hear
going to
it.
do a trimming demonstration on this foot. It's just going to be like a basic trim for a horse that has a lot of heel and a lot of sole. Okay. Yeah, I want to remind people that what I'm going to do, I mean, you can do a version of this to most feet, but this horse has he's got a lot of heel buttress now, and he's got a lot of sole. Okay. So I can work with his sole this way, but here's the thing. You still need to understand about these toe quarters and rasping a foot flat, and shaping that toe. And as you get more heel, you will get more correct sole. And you have to learn how to manage the sole once you start getting it. See? Okay. This foot is not exactly where I want it yet, you know? Okay, so we're just going to look at the side here. Okay, so as we can see, his heels are a little, forward, and so we're going to work on that. We're going to work on that. We're going to see the back of the foot here. We can see his bulbs are up off the ground. Camera's blurry. Is this thing blurry? Maybe it is. I don't know. But anyway, okay, we're going to put this in the thing here. Oh my gosh. Sorry. I suppose you're just going to be different. Okay. I don't know how light that's going to be. Are we recording? Let's see here. All right, so we're going to get up here and going to, let's see, close that up a little bit. So I haven't trimmed him since the 7th of September. So it's been 5 weeks. And look, he grew a lot of sole since then. And I want you to notice something too, Joella. Look at this rim of sole here that's kind of cracked, this sole ridge.
Oh yeah.
So that could be, that's the same thing going on with yours. It's just sole ridge, the wall grows and the sole is attached to the wall, and then the wall pulls the edge of the sole out, and then you'll see that sometimes. I just think yours just got compressed and warmed and shiny maybe. So
Okay. Thank you.
okay, now this is great. I mean, he's got 3.5-inch dorsal walls, and he's got just a ton of sole in here. He's got full sole in his heels. Finally, his heels have widened up a lot, and his frogs are very firm and healthy. So let's just see. Now, see, a lot of times what I like to do is come in and trim the apex of the frog right off the bat. Just like that. Just see there? Okay. Got a lot of good sole. Okay, you see I was able to take that back quite a bit. And if you don't continually take that back, eventually it creeps forward and then it lays over the sole and mushes that sole down. Well, because it's all tubules, right? Well, then they're going to lay over and they're going to knock into the ones in front of them that are going to knock into the ones in front of them. It's kind of like a domino effect. And so for 2 reasons, you really want to keep this apex back. So one, so that the whole frog can be moving back as the foot is developing, or being restored. And two, so that you're not affecting the sole here, so that your sole, all of the sole tubules can grow at the right length and height and depth. And so, yeah. Okay, so his true apex is right here. So, we're just gonna mark that right in the center right there. And then want to draw a line. This ain't a very good marker. Line down the center of the foot. Yeah, it's a really crappy marker actually. But okay, so see, that is such an important line so that you can look at this side of the foot and that side of the foot to see how symmetrical things are, especially in the toe. That'll work. And then we're going to draw a line. You can either do it like this. You want to center this on your line there. I don't know if I have it centered. But then we're going to draw a line across there. Let's see. Center it with the bulbs back here. Right there. So we'll just see. Okay. We're going to go 1.5 inches forward and see where we're at, which is right here. Oh, how about that? Looky there. We're just right at the white line right there. And we're going to center that up again. Quit. Okay, and I haven't trimmed him for like 5 weeks. I see this heel's a little crushed forward, not too bad though. Okay, so then we do the heels, which you mark it here and follow it down right to the hairline. Let's see how long his heels are. Okay, I put it right on the hairline and then I roll it down. Well, his heels are about 2 1/4 inches. That one's 2 1/4, and this one is, let's see, This fly must be bothering him. This one is 2 1/4 as well. Okay, so let's put the foot down there a little bit. I wish I'd have sprayed you. A few things about that. Foot is going back up, or up and back. Again, we're rasping it down, but what's really happening to the foot is the foot is going back up, or up and back. Again, it grows down and forward. And so we're taking off the growth, and as we take off the growth, it goes up and back, down and forward, up and back, down and forward, up and back. Yeah, okay, I'm getting that into my brain there. Okay, so there's a couple ways you can do this. First of all, you could, you know what, I didn't map the bars and stuff, so hold on, because I need a better marker. Maybe not for the real smart people. Okay, so bring it, give it up. I should have sprayed you while I was up. Okay, let's get this up here. Okay. All right, so I was going to map the bars, and so put a dot here and a dot here, and I'm going to go from here over, right up against the heel there, and I'm going to come this way. This is where my bar should end, right here. Okay? Okay, so now the other way. What am I doing here? Okay, there we go. Alright. Nope, that's just the way I went. Here. Okay, now I'm coming over this side. Okay, up against my heel. You may not have heels, so. Okay, so we're gonna right here. Right here. Bar should end right here. Here, let's make a line there. Why don't we? We're going to center that, come back. There we go. See, I used to not have very much here, right here, but now I'm getting more heel. As these heels uncurl, this area here will enlarge. Right here, the sole platform. Okay. Still not a very good marker. And of course I lost the top. I lost the top. Would somebody tell me where the top's at? Okay. Now what do we want to do? What are we going to do? Let's just go ahead and trim off some of that bar since we got him here. Okay, pick it up. Okay, so now I'm just going to show you what I meant, Joel, about learning to define different things. You know, first, before then, like, you decide if you're going to take a heel point off or you're going to, like, thin a bar wall down or something like that. First, let's just get the whole foot clean and do a basic trim. And then after that, then you decide, okay, am I going to do a notch? You know, do I need to bevel over a certain way? Like on this foot here, just a minute here. On this foot here, on most of my feet, I've corrected the severe asymmetries I had, meaning that for a very long time they're doing barefoot trimming. I would trim out the lateral heel more, which made the bulb get pulled down and forward, which made the wall bulge out this way, which looked like a flare. And then that pulls the sole and the bar and the frog with it over in that direction. And then when you sight down the foot, the heels might be the exact same height, same length, but when you're sighting and you got the foot in your hand and you're looking down, this side presents higher. Why is that? Because the whole side of the foot is like a Rubik's Cube. That side of the foot is pulled down and pushed forward. The whole bulb, the everything. And so because it's pulled down, then when you hold the foot up, well, it looks higher, even if the heels are the same length. And so then what do people do? Well, okay, so you've weakened the buttress and it's pushed the buttress forward, which pushes the wall out, which pulls the sole out. And so this side is wider than that side. And so I had that on all 4 feet. And so then what you do, if you're following how they teach to dress down the outside of the foot, which weakens the wall, but they say, well, I'm getting rid of a flare. No, you're just disguising it. You're not getting rid of it. What's more, you're making the wall weaker in that area. And so it's the heel's already being pulled down and the wall pushed forward. So when you try and rasp that down, the outer wall to get rid of flares, as the farriers say, well, then and plus you're lowering the heel again, okay, which is what is causing the whole problem to begin with. Okay, then that just makes the problem worse and worse. And so I had this on all 4 feet. And so I've pretty much corrected all of them except this one. And I guess it's because for some reason this foot gets the last attention from me. I don't know why. So the way that you would deal with that, what I do and have done, and I got to start doing more with this foot, is you even rasp into the sole. Now remember, I have a lot of sole. I've got a lot of heel buttress that's been replaced in this horse, things like that. So I can do some of those things you might not be able to do when you haven't got any foot at all. Okay? Yeah, and there was a time obviously when I had no foot at all, hardly. So okay, so we're gonna go on, and I think I said I was gonna trim the bars. Okay. Okay. So just gonna take a very thin slice. And I'm going to try and go straight and get up to my line. And try and get through all the layers too, so that you don't have that inner layer of the white line and the water line then smooching and growing over. Boy, I mean, he's got some hard sole in there. If I can, I would like to try and find the lamina, but I'm not going to force it. But there we go. By lamina, I mean the white line that's really yellow. Okay. And so what I'm doing up here, I want to, you're going to wind up taking the bar down, usually a little lower than the heel point, but you want to just try and define this area here. And if you've got a situation where the bar has grown over the sole and like, okay, you could trim the bar and only wind up getting the outer layers to where you didn't get the inner layer, and then it'll just grow over your whole sole here. So this is why we're trying to learn to define this area more. And I'm gonna also trim this right along there. And this area too. Up against the frog. Cleaning out this area next to the frog. And see, I'm gonna come back in here with a, whatchamacallit, grinder and thin that out. Okay. Now we're gonna do this. Now it's interesting that this bar has smoothed, because these bars have been straightening out, and so a layer of the bar has come loose on the sole here. See it right there? See there? That's just a big layer of part of the inner wall laying over the sole right there. Let's let his feet down so that I can spray him a little here. Oh. Fast forward. So many horses over the years ago. And so I went, he was standing in his barn and I was dreading it. I got over there and I'm expecting to see some blood and stuff like that. Oh yeah. Stuff like that. So because I'm gonna tell a story I told here. I'm out here the other day and I've got a barbed wire gate made out of gaucho wire, just two little wires and a post that I have out here on one of these gates. I went through it to do something and I laid it down intending to come back through and totally forgot. And so the next day, I'm out in the yard and I look because it goes right into my backyard. I'm out in the yard, I look and there's horse manure. And I'm like, what's that doing here? And then I remembered I saw two piles. I turn around and that gate is gone. It's snapped off. There's one piece of wire left. And so I know he came through and he made it through all right without getting tangled up. But when he went back the other way, got that wire around his legs. And so I'm just like totally dreading it, as I go walking over to the barn and I look around for the gate. I can't even find it. So, right now I still got him. I got him locked up in this other area of the pasture because I got to go out there and try and spray down and try and find that wire. So I go over to the barn. I'm expecting a bloody mess. And thank goodness he cut his, what leg was it? I don't remember now. Left or right hind leg with that wire, but there was no blood. The wound was not big and gashy or anything like that. And it was he just had some swelling. That was it. So, boy, I was praising God, thanking God for taking care of me because for getting that gate, you know. So, anyway, it was all over the place here last night. I found manure and stuff. She's a sweetheart, but she'll knock the camera over. So, we can't have that. Sorry. Okay, I'm fast forwarding here. Okay, so I'm going to go back to cleaning the bars. Uh-oh, what happened? What is going on? Windows Media Player is not. Let's see, maybe it'll. There we go. Okay, so you can see a little bit of the white line over here. That's really yellow. But see how I had to kind of open this whole area up more? And define it. See, that's what we're about. Defining these different anatomical parts. And then understanding what's that foot look like when it hasn't got a capsule on it. How should the sole, the bars, the wall, how should they smoothly transition just like the foot does? Oh, man. And again, cleaning up this area next to the frog. So you haven't got big clumps, lumps, and bumps that are going to make pressure points. Okay, let's let him rest. Yeah, let him rest. Okay. I think that's about as close as I want to go. As I go further. See, I really don't want this big lump of stuff right in there. So I'm going to have to work on the next couple of trims of getting that out of there. this side is asymmetrical and needs to go in, so I am taking that bar over more. Okay. Because when this side pulls out, it's going to pull the bar out too. And then look at how the bar is curved. Because this heel's pushed forward, pushing the wall out. So when the heel goes forward, well, it pushes that bar and bends the bar. See? So if I want all this to come in, I have to take that bar down and over. What we got so far. Okay, so I'll either trim up the frog with the knife or with the grinder. Probably clean out the central sulcus. I'm gonna go back a little ways. Here. Now, okay, this is the neat thing. Let me go back just a hair. Let's see what we got here. You see that? How I just barely. It looks like it, like when you look at that frog, you think, wow, that frog looks really, hard and dead and all this. But what you find is these frogs are meant just to get a light crust over them. They're not meant to get a big old heavy duty callus and stuff like that. They're meant to have a light crust, just like what you see here. And one place I learned that was from Chester, the adopted wild horse that belonged to my neighbor back here that Sharon Shields Reynolds, who's a group member, bought. And the first time I went and trimmed that horse, I mean, he had pretty good foot care. The farrier they have doing him, that guy's known for leaving heel. And so the first time I went and did him, I thought his frog looked like this, like, wow, it looks real hard calloused. It trimmed exactly like this. All right. Why is that? Because he had high heels with the frog back where it's supposed to be pretty much and high up in the foot. And that's what I got here too. In fact, his frog keeps getting higher up in the foot, thicker, stronger, and higher inset into the foot. Okay, so it was pretty interesting today. Just everything I was seeing on the foot is just a manifestation of these heels coming in, these bulbs unwrapping, just the fact that I got sole in here the way I do because I had for a long time is hollow. But why not? Because all these bulbs heels are curled in and all that was covered up and hadn't grown for years. Okay. Fresh good frog right under there. Okay, so I want to take off the side. I can't believe I actually got this knife kind of sharp. See, look at that nice frog. That real frog, not periopal. Like slicing a potato, trying to slice into your leg. Keep your foot there. Clean out the central sulcus. Well, whatever it's called. It's not in the center anymore. Well, it is, I guess, between the bulbs. But it's not down in the center of the foot, like when the frog's all pulled down and under. Put your foot down again. Fine. Okay. I don't know what setting to set the camera on so it will just take full video without blurring what's in back. I gotta study that. Okay, so anyway, get the frog. I'll kind of skip forward parts here. And so what I'm going to do, I'm going to trim it up, but then I'll take the grinder later and really define and you know, make it the shape it's supposed to actually be and smooth everything out. Protection, and especially if you got moisture and if it's soft ground, you do want to take off and trim up quite a bit of frog because the whole frog gets pulled down and under the foot. And so what happens is you're growing those heels, and I say these feet are like a Rubik's Cube. You got each heel, it's independent, and then you got the center where you have the frog and the digital cushion, and that area can move independently in different spots as well. And that area gets pulled clear down and then solidified under the foot by the frog growth and the deformation of the foot. And so as you grow the heels and as you trim the frog way down, the foot wants to move back into place anyway, because it's everything that foot is made out of memory tissue that wants to go back into place, ideally. And as the foot is remodeling itself, like you're reverse engineering everything that got it distorted and deformed is what you're doing. And then once everything, all the internal anatomy moves back into place, then you allow that frog to grow and stay right where it's at. Well, it's a frog stay. And it will hold that foot right there. So ideally that's what we're doing, but in this trim, I'm not going to take his frogs way down. I'm going to wait and see if we're going to be getting some moisture or something like that, because ideally the best time to do it is if you had boots and you could put socks and bags on him and keep his feet wet and protected. Or like here, it's very soft ground and it gets very muddy, and so when I do that, it's ideal for maintenance trimming, or not maintenance, corrective trimming weather. That's wet weather. Okay. All right. Well, now I'm going to show you a different way that you can do the toe. One, you can scribe it down. Now, he's got growth rings down here, and what I can do, is I like to measure, and I've got 3.5 inches, so I want to take off 1/4 of an inch, maybe 1/4 of an inch, yeah. And you'll see that he has a lot of toe on him, and so a lot of sole in the toe, a lot of toe. So I think it's a lot of rasping, my friends. So you can scribe some of that sole down, or you can just rasp it all down. Either way. Okay, so I'm going to get a pencil. I like these gold ones, or a white. I got this white one. I'll use it to mark on there. Mark a growth ring. Like 1/4 of an inch of growth ring. And follow it around. Now my growth rings are nice and level. So, okay. Let's see. This nice white pencil.
If you're speaking, you're on mute.
Thanks. So I did a line about 1/4. I picked a growth ring about 1/4 of an inch the way up and drew a line all the way around the toe. But you can only do that pretty much if your growth rings are symmetrical. If they're raised because you've been leaving the toe quarters long. And so what you're going to see here is that I wonder if I think I show it, is that because I have learned how to take the toe quarters down correctly, which takes them up and back, then my growth rings are almost perfectly formed to the foot. I have absolutely no jamming in the pillars. So, okay. Man, that thing really marks on hooves well. Maybe I'll mark the frog state just to see if the frog close. State. No, the frog apex. I keep misnaming stuff. Wonder where I got that. Okay. Okay. Oh, gotta go back a little bit. Okay. Okay. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna show you two different ways to do the toe, but I'm gonna try and show you how to rasp this area here in the toe quarter, right here, so that you can get the correct shape of the foot. Many benefits to this. First of all, if you let this area get high, the horn tubules behind it will start growing forward, and you'll wind up with too much wall in that area of the foot, not just jammed up, but also excess wall in there. Okay. I'm just gonna, let's go it from here. Just come up in here. See that? Okay, so this is called scribing. So I'm going to come up here and I'm just going to, you could scribe the whole toe. I'm just going to show you on half the foot how to scribe this excess sole out. Coming up into the wall. You know, remember, I've measured my dorsal wall. I've got 3.5, actually 3 5/8 inches of wall. So I know I have at least 1/4 of an inch to work with. Sometimes even a little more. Okay. And you want to get up against the wall and just really clean it out. Make sure you get this too. You're shaping your foot, so you got to make sure you get your pillars down as well. See how I'm using 2 hands so I'm controlled, so I don't, you know, cut myself, hopefully. Big old thick sole ridge here. I want to make sure I take this down. See how I'm coming up into the wall there? Man, that's some hard sole. Lots of it too. Ah. Okay. Again, do this at home. Okay, so now I could come in here and nip that. See? So let's just do that, and then I'll do the other half with the rasp, and you'll see. Okay? Okay. Oops. Demonstration. I mean, he's got a lot of sole right in there. I'll take that out with the. Yeah, my camera kept getting blurry. I'm trying to take off half of it here. Here we go. See there? Okay, so I don't know if you can see it, but you see the shape of the toe because I took that sole down all around there. See, and that what that does is that starts to take the excess sole and wall down to the shape of the actual internal foot. And if you look over here, you'll see not as bad as they get a lot of times because of course I do this every time. Find the shape of the toe. Okay. But a lot of times, if you'll notice here, it looks a little wider because of the growth. See? And so I'm going to show here in a little bit how if you don't take this down correctly, how it will change the shape of the capsule so that it is not truly shaped like the shape of the internal toe. Okay. Now see the way that's shaped? If you leave that high, your toe will be forward and it'll turn square or round. So you have to learn to shape the sides of this toe right. Take this hoof wall off so the wall goes back up and back. Because if you don't, then that part of the wall gets long, will grow forward, starts adding wall into the capsule, and will push your toe forward. Okay, so what are we going to do here? Okay, give her here. Give her here. Okay, so this is what we took off. This right there. Or you can rasp it. Now, what I want you to see is I want you to watch the way I go around the toe because I want to shape the toe quarters and bring them back. When you take the wall down, see, I'm going down. The wall goes up and back. It grew down and forward. I'm rasping it, and as I am, it's going back up. It's going up and back. Okay. Oh my goodness sakes. All right. Okay, buddy boy. Pick her up. Now, let's see here. Okay. Hold that here. And here we go. See? I want you to watch how I rasp and when I first rasp into the sole, how it's just going to be a very thin area of white hair. Now, let's use the big teeth, shall we? See there? Okay, because the sole it's like a bowl. You gotta look at this sole ridge right here, but right here, it dips. So it's convex here, then it dips in here. And so, since it's, but when it grows, the wall grows out, it takes the edge of the sole right here with it so that it looks only convex. See? But that's not the truth of what you really got there. No, God, looks only concave. This area right here looks only concave. But that's not the real foot. The foot has a convex sole ridge around here. But when the wall grows out and it makes it look concave because the very outer part of the wall gets higher because it's connected to the wall and it's kind of pulling it up, then as you rasp it down, when you get to the sole, you're going to see a very narrow piece that you have rasped off. Now look there. See? Let's do another. See how it got wider? The white part that I rasped off, it's wider. It's not as wide as this because I ain't that far down yet. See how it got wider? Now it's still got a little concavish part right here, and this is high. Here, I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna take off part of the toe without taking the side down, and you're gonna see how then your toe would be shaped incorrectly. But let's let him let his foot down first for a little bit, so he can rest. Yeah, maybe this will help you understand how this works. Okay. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it. Okay, I'm gonna make his toe round. I'm gonna show you how their toes get round. Okay, now you see, let's wrap this side down first. Over here, so it's really shaped well to the foot. Okay, see the shape? There, that's a nice shape there. That's about what it's shaped like. Okay, now we're gonna make this side round. The things you read are you read the depth and the width of your sole ridge as well. How are we gonna do that? By not taking off enough over here. You can also make it square. Okay, so we're just gonna take down the front. We're gonna leave this high, and you'll see, maybe you'll see, I don't know. Just a minute. Now, do you see the difference in the shape of the toe? I'm going to draw on it. Just a second. Let's see. Annotate. And it really makes a difference too, because a lot of times people will bevel the toe wall, and then they can really not see how they've shaped their foot even more. And gradually, you're just leaving this whole area high. Well, since it grows forward, the wall grows down and forward. If you leave it high and you don't take it down to where it goes back, then it winds up being out here like this. See? Like this. So, and you can kind of see it here, but let's see here. Just a minute. Let's see. Let me get a different color. Okay, so I'm going to follow this here. Okay. Now I'm going to follow this one. Do you see the difference in the shape? See, this would not be the true shape right here. It's so subtle. It can be so subtle. But if you subtly leave a little bit each time, that adds up and adds up and adds up. And think about it as on these feet, it's the little things, like that extra inch of heel, things like that, to make all the difference to the overall hoof. So vital, important. Learning to practice shaping your foot in these toe quarters here, in this area. And you don't want to just be, you want to learn to take these walls down, just like what I'm doing here, and not just, not just bevel. A lot of
Linda?
people, yeah, oh, yep, yeah.
If you have a normally correct white line,
Hmm.
would the white line have the right shape? So in
No,
other,
not necessarily.
okay,
Yeah, you could have what looks like a really clean, healthy white line, and it could still be your foot could still be misshapen. Because if you
okay.
noticed, if we would go back, you could see where I wound up with a clean white line, but it's
Mm-hmm.
still, the toe is still not taken down enough to actually be the shape of the actual foot inside and stuff.
No,
Because so,
but your white line has the right shape, right?
uh, yeah, yeah, right
So if
now,
you, yeah, but not in
pretty
all
close, I'm
cases.
thinking. Pretty close, I'm thinking. And what I'll do is I'll show you, I'm going to show you a picture here of looking at my horse's foot from the front so you can see the growth rings. Like I showed you this foot here with the capsule on it, and you could see how the growth rings went up on each side in the
Mm-hmm.
toe quarters. Well, let me show you a picture of his foot and
Yeah, I
what it
was just
looks like.
wondering if you just were filing the foot down, if you would file right to the white line, if you would have the correct shape automatically.
Yeah, no, not necessarily.
Okay,
Just a minute
thank you.
here. Well, can't remember what I came to look
Linda, I
for.
have a question.
Uh-huh.
I've s- I've seen many horses with imparity in the thickness of the wall.
Uh-huh.
Yes, how do we correct it?
Or say that again.
If the wall is thicker in one side and thinner at the other
Oh,
side.
okay. Well, see, I'm not looking at the wall. I'm looking at the shape of the foot and the white line because I already know that the foot is not supposed to be round, okay? And so it really is more of a shovel shape or a like a spoon or oval. So I'm going to read that. I'm also going to be looking at my growth rings to see what's going on there, to see if have I been okay, like how we measure the inside or measure the center of the dorsal wall, then we go over 2 inches and we and this is just general, okay, and we'll measure down and we try and keep it a fourth of an inch shorter on the toe quarters. Okay, see, that's part of this as well. So you're not just using this area to try and shape your toe. You're also paying attention to the growth rings, and to to the hairline. Here, just a minute. Let me get over there. Okay, I'm lost. Eh, gotta find that annotate again. Just a second.
Linda, can I just, Angeliki asked a question about the thickness of the wall, but in my opinion or observations, the thickness of the wall depends of the deformation of the of the hoof capsule, because if the side, say the lateral one, is more run forward, it will spread the tubules, right? So the wall will become thinner, and where the part that is more compressed will be thicker because there will be congestion of the tubules, if it
Yeah,
makes sense.
yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah,
So
yeah,
I
yeah, I agree, exactly.
yeah,
so
and stuff.
until the foot is more healthy structurally wise, we can't expect it to balance, right?
Yeah, probably not. You know,
Yeah.
but like what I'm doing here is just trying to show you how to more shape your toe so that you can work towards that balance. Because what I've seen, and this was my problem for a long time, was that if you don't learn how to keep the toe quarters uh, down and back, okay, or I guess it'd be up and back, um, and shape that toe, then you're going to be high. You're going to have growth rings that raise. It's going to hold your toe forward, which is also going to hold your heels forward, things like that. And so this isn't something where I'm coming in here with intense precision. You know, what it is this is try and help you to start to get a general idea of how to bring down these toe quarters and the toe as well, because if you take each side, you got the full meal deal there, the full toe. Okay, but I'm really seeing where people need to learn to do a basic trim in how to bring that foot down and to its true shape and form. And so this is just one of the things, is learning how to scribe out the toe if needed, the sole and the toe, or if you've got real thin sole, how to take those walls down flat like you were going to put a shoe on it. See, because when a farrier rasps down that foot nice and level and flat, okay, he could set a shoe on it without it wobbling. See, and this is something people need to learn to do. And also need to learn not to be afraid to take that extra rasp swipe and hit that sole. See, to where, the way the sole is shaped, when the wall is long and you first get the wall down to the level of the sole, and then you take that swipe, it gives you just a clean pencil width of sole that you can read. See, you need to learn to read that sole when you're rasping on it, because the more you take the wall down, the more rasp swipes you take as you hit the sole. It will start out as a very narrow line of clean sole, and then if you take another rasp swipe, it will get wider and wider till finally you've rasped through and down the whole width of the sole ridge, and you can't go anymore, because that's where it changes from being convex to being concave. And so, learning to read that sole ridge, learning to combine this with the two things that we learn about the dorsal wall. That one was so blurry, that was disappointing. Okay, so look at the symmetry of the growth rings here. The width, okay? We know that it's widest between this growth ring here and the floor. It's widest in the center of the toe, and then it gets kind of like crescent shaped, a kind of a crescent type shape. And so it'll end right about here. It gets narrower as we go around the sides. And so if you'll notice, then again, okay, so three things. One is the measurement to the center of the dorsal wall. You're going to figure out how much can I take my toe down. And then we also use this as a guide. The fact that if I go over 2 inches and I measure down from here to here, it should be about 1/4 of an inch shorter. And then when we look at the front of the foot, when we're looking at it, just let me get a different color here. Is it going to be like this? Now that ain't what I wanted to do. Just a minute. I don't know what went on there. Hold on. Okay, the front of the foot, this isn't a very good picture, but it'll be like this. See? In other words, the toe quarters here, the hairline is not going to raise up like this. And you see how these are very symmetrical here. See? Okay, instead of being like that, they're going to come in here and go up like this. See, if that's going on, you're reading your foot and you see that, then you know that you are leaving this area high. And in fact, it can be high even if you have this in the foot, this raise in the growth ring, and yet you have rasped the bottom of the foot and it is completely level and flat so that you could put a horseshoe on it and it wouldn't wobble and there wouldn't be any gaps. Well, guess what? It's still high in a sense, but all that's happened was you just kept leaving it high and gradually it pushed wall up into the capsule here, like so. So then what you need to do, you need to go through a process where, yeah, you're gonna level it out, you're gonna find the shape of your foot, and then you're gonna do some extra beveling right here so that there's release here, and this wall then will start pushing down so that your growth ring will be symmetrical again. See, you have to get that excess jammed up capsule out of the foot. And so what happens here in learning to take down sole, quit being afraid of rasping into the sole, learn how to read the sole ridge. Remember that if you haven't got any heels, chances are you got very, very, very thin sole, so you wouldn't want to be trying to find a sole ridge like what I did here. Now, your horse still has a sole ridge, but it can be super, super, super thin. That doesn't mean still that you absolutely don't touch that sole, okay? You still need to clean things up on occasion so that it will encourage the sole also to grow as the heels are growing in as well. And especially if you have boots and protection and things like that. Let's see here, just a minute. Clear that off. Okay, so far we've got our measurements that we're going to look at. 1/4 inch shorter over here. That's going to help us try and figure out how to shape our toe. Because if I take this side 1/4 inch shorter, then I'm not going to be leaving the wall long here like so. And then if I turn the foot over and I look at what I'm rasping and the white line and all that, and I'm looking at the shape of the foot, because the capsule, the wall and the sole are covering up the shape of the foot. And so if I look underneath there and it looks round or square, I know that at some point I've been leaving it high, it's jammed up and it's flared out or whatever. I'm just not trimming to the shape of the foot. So these are okay. So these things here, and then remember too, looking at the hairline up here, going like this, instead of straight or up like this. So these are all things that we put together to try and eventually get so that we have this understanding. We have different tools, things we can look at here in all these things, including the thickness of the sole ridge. That is vital too. Okay, the thickness of the sole ridge itself, or the width. So see what we need to do, sit down and write down every single one of these things. Check mark, check mark, check mark. Check your hairline, check your length, check the symmetry of your growth rings. Like here. Okay, see now I hadn't trimmed him for 5 weeks. Well, look at this little thing here. You know what that's from? Primarily, they want to call it, well, it's an event line. Well, guess what else it can be? It can be that you didn't trim them soon enough and the wall started getting pushed up that way. And so the horse, in order to try and keep the wall from pushing clear up into his coronary band, the wall will compress and form these bulges in the rings. See it? Okay. Trying to keep whatever the length of that would be from jamming clear up here and pushing the coronary band up. And so probably if I was to go out there today and take pictures, you're going to see that some of these have relaxed and they're not there anymore. So that's a way that the foot has to try and self level and stuff, which is pretty cool. Just a minute here. So, okay, so then if we, okay, let's see here. Now, remember I told you before, I took that marker and I marked this growth ring here, which is pretty symmetrical. Now, not as much on this side because this is the side of the foot that is asymmetrical, heel pushed down and forward, and so you notice the hairline's lower here. But when I get all this pushed in, okay, it'll be like the other side. Okay, so I got right to, and then I decided to bevel over to the sole, which let me show you that here. Okay, so this side was wider, and you can't hardly see it here, but I beveled further over and even passed into the sole here a little bit so that if this wall wants to come in, let's say, you see how this heel is so curved here? Okay, this heel's curved and pushed forward, pushing the wall out. And so it's pulled the sole with it. And so my thinking is, and so far I've seen it work, if I would just do it more often, is that I can actually do kind of in the quarters what I used to do in the toe to bring the toe back, which is like a rocker toe. Okay. And that means that I can right here bevel past the white line so that, let me see if I can explain this. So that, okay, so, just a minute here. Okay, so, so you're going to map your foot, and this isn't quite how I want it. Just a minute. Right here, right up through the center. Okay, so we see that the bar ends here. We're going to look for the widest part of the foot. On this horse here, because this heel is pushed out, his widest part of the foot here is here. But his widest part of the foot here is here. See? And so this, except it doesn't look like it here because, I beveled the wall. So that's kind of deceptive. But this side really is wider. And so if I go from the white line here, or that would be here, you see how imbalanced that is when a heel gets pushed forward. Okay, but if I was to measure like, see, I need to look at the foot that still has the wall on it where I haven't beveled, because what you would find is if I was to take this measurement here, right from here to here, in here, and then I was to take it over here, you would find that this side is longer. Well, and even there you can tell. Let me see. Let me get a different color. Okay, so just so you can see, this is longer. So that means this side here is wider than this side. Okay, so I want it to be symmetrical. Now, if the heels pushed forward, and actually what happened, is heels being trimmed out, they curled in. And at one point had no heel, which pushed the wall out, made this whole side asymmetrical. And so if I want it to come in and it's got this sole in here, how can any of this move if it's got this piece of sole right here that's pushing the wall out? Well, the wall pulled the sole out there. All right. So, I need to come in here and I need to bevel into the sole. Like what I've done before is I've measured from here to here and then taken that same measurement and like go over to here. And then I'll do a bevel clear into there, right there. And so what's that going to do? That's going to make it so that this heel then, because you got to remember, there's a big horse on the end of that foot. And there's a lot of strength in the back of these feet pulling back up to where they want to be. And so if I can just weaken some of this without without harming the horse or whatever, which this won't, they break their whole quarters out, you know. So in a sense, it's similar to a notch, except what I'm doing here is I'm going to bevel this area right here. This whole thing, just bevel it, which I think I did bevel it here, so that will give this foot more of a chance to uncurl here, which this foot has already uncurled a lot. But what's interesting is this side here, the frog used to be bent out as well. And on this side, it still is. The bar is still rounded. So when I'm going to do some more corrective work on this foot here in the next couple weeks to start working with this heel again to get it to uncurl. But anyway, let me undo this. Okay, so, but I just didn't want to, I'm really just letting his feet now, I've done a lot of corrective work on him. And so right now, I just want him to be happy in his feet where they're at. So I'm going through a period right now where I'm just not going to do a lot of corrective work. He's got many good things going for him. This whole frog still needs to move back behind the foot. But we've come a long way. So I'm just going to maintain where he's pretty much out at for now, except for maybe just as I just showed you, doing a little corrective work in here. So, okay, so now let's look at this. Now let's look at the sole ridge here. Okay, so technically, I could be wrong, but I am pretty sure that when the foot gets right, that the width of the sole ridge is the same, at least to here. Maybe all the way around. But I think sometimes in the heels it gets wider right here, maybe a little. But I want to show you here. So, okay, so you're reading the shape of the foot, all those things I just said, okay, are things you can look at to determine what's going on with the front of that foot. And so then now we're going to look at the bottom of the foot, and we want to look at the shape. I can pretty much tell that if my foot is shaped like this, I am pretty close. Now, another thing you can do too is you can sight down this area of the toe and kind of see if it's looking a little high in a spot or something like that. That's another thing you can do. But what we can do right here too also is read the sole. Now, of course, it will make a difference too if you've got some asymmetries and stuff like that. But for the most part, let me get this here. Let's look at the sole ridge. Just a minute here. Okay, so here's your, let's do this. Just a second. Vanishing pin. No, I don't want you. Okay, so here's the white line that's really yellow. Okay, and then over here is where your sole ridge ends. That's your convex sole ridge. See, I'm drawing a line around it. I got a little wider over here, kind of looks like. But really, it's about here. So the convex sole ridge is flat with the wall, but I know that internally I've got a convex sole ridge right to here. See? So you have to learn to read the sole ridge and you have to learn to manage it. And so right to there, it's that convex sole ridge. Now, then right here is where it gets concave. It gets concave starting here and it's convex here. See, so this is a number of things that you can do to learn to read these walls. And it's very important that you learn to clean up these soles so that they will start growing. I mean, you see how, and of course I got good heel and stuff, but that does not mean that you still cannot work with these soles and get them cleaned up so that they will be encouraged to grow. See, and get healthier and healthier. The more and better you trim your frogs, the better they grow, the more healthy they grow, because these tubules are like, I don't care what anybody says, this is my opinion, and I'm pretty sure it's probably correct. Okay. They're like fiber optics connected right to that horse's brain or whatever it is that says grow, you know, because like I was saying, uh, years ago, talking to a BLM guy, he said when they first bring those horses in, their feet grow like crazy, but they slow down after about 6 months of not having that movement and that wear. That just makes sense that the feet would be like that. That's why Alexander the Great and all the Greeks, thousands of them, could go conquer, Egypt and Persia and this, that, and the other thing because the horse's feet grew quick and grew continually and replenished themselves. And they were on barefoot horses without shoes. So, okay. Okay, so does that kind of help you, all those things together kind of help you a little bit? Maybe somebody can go through this and make a list with picture examples or something. You know what I mean? Yeah, we do need a list, don't you think? That somebody could just check off. Okay, I've checked checking the hairline in the front. What shape is it? Is it straight? Is it raised on the sides? Or is there a nice little arc there? Length of my dorsal wall, length of the sides. Look at the growth rings. Are they evenly spaced apart and crescent shape, meaning they're widest in the center of the toe, but then they slowly taper off till about here where they disappear, you know, kind of like that shape, in the toe here. Um, Yeah, are my growth rings raised? That's telling me I'm not shaping the toe right. Okay, I'm leaving a little high in there. Then when we get to the bottom of the foot, what kind of sole ridge is my horse growing? Uh, things like that. Okay, and then especially remembering what is the true shape of the foot. Say it's not round and it's not square. Okay, because we want to mimic and follow the shape of the inner foot. And so I really worked on trying to learn to rasp this area down. And learn how to you're not going to be perfect. That's why you got all these little tools to look at. I can't just do it. I have to also pay attention to some of these other things. I'm learning to trust things more. Like I'm learning to kind of trust the width of the sole ridge here. See? Um, okay, let's see here. Okay, so let's go back to the video. Let's see. How now this goes out wide like that, and how this is shaped to the foot. Yeah, see, because I have not rasped this down, which would take it up and back since it grows down and forward. I'm saying it that way for me, okay, to try and get that through my brain. Right here. But this, now because we've left the toe quarter a little, see, it starts out where it's just a little high. And then it'll jam up like that into the wall, and you'll wind up with toes that where it's out here when it's supposed to be in here. You have to take the sides of the toe down with what they call the toe quarters. Some call the pillars, but they're not pillars. And the only pillars are the heel buttresses. But because that area of the foot is worn the least, it got misinterpreted as a major supporting structure. And so now when they do these trims, they leave that area long and high, saying, go on, Betty, please. Saying that, oh, it supports the foot. Well, no, it don't. It just doesn't wear off as much in the wild, that's all. It's not a major support structure. Horses, this area here, right here, they break over the least on. They break over here, foot side to side, right in here, and of course in their heels. But this area here is the least they break over on. That's why their feet start looking square, or this area starts looking a little high. It's just because of structural mechanics and movement and wear. That's all. Okay. All right, so let's do this more. Okay, so do you see the difference in the shape of the toe? Let's see. Twist your foot around so it's straight. Let's get this out back here a little bit. I need to take a picture of that and turn it around. Let's see. Well, whatever. Man, I need to take a picture of that so people will see it. I wish this camera, some cameras you can video and take a picture at the same time, but not this thing. Okay. All right. So, I don't really want to edit this video. I'll take a picture with my phone. I don't want to edit videos. I'm sick of editing videos. I'm not in this for the money to put 1,000 little videos on that y'all watch and, you know, I make the buckaroos. Not that I couldn't use the money. That's for darn sure. Okay, camera. Okay, turn around there. Okay, so I'm gonna pick. Okay, well that'll be good enough. Take a picture. Skip forward. Oh, let's see. Like this. Look at that. I can do that and make it look straight. Okay. Give her here. Okay. Okay, that's better. Made the camera cockeyed. And so now you're gonna, now can you see better? Okay. Now can you see a little better how the shape of this toe is different, where I've taken it down more to the actual shape of the foot internally, and to where if I leave this side high, do you see how it is a different shape? And that means this would be high, and I could make this all level too, okay? But my foot would be high over here, and so it's going to put pressure on the wall to jam up. And then the breakover. What's it going to do with your breakover? Okay, the horse is going to break over to the side. Okay. How this side is more ovalish, more like a shovel, and this side is more squarish. We'll make the foot round. See that? Okay, so let's just take that down to be like the other side. And you're gonna watch the shape change as I take it down. It's really going up and back. Okay. There we go. See how it's already starting to change shape? And the sole ridge too. See? My shoes are slippery. Eat. See how it's changing shape? Still needs to go down though. Gosh, this thing is slippering. Once you get the shape in your mind, see, you need to get the shape in your mind and understand how, because these feet grow down and forward, that you got to take an equal amount up and back. If you do less on your toe quarters, I don't like calling them pillars, they'll get square or round and high. And then you'll notice in your growth rings, instead of being smooth, they're going to be curving up. And eventually the wall jam clear up to the coronary band and you raise the hairline. Okay, this thing slips. My foot is slippery. Now see how the sole ridge is changing shape. See how that side is changing shape? If you master this, it really help you in controlling the growth in these feet, because the horn tubules in the pillars here get high. They push the whole toe forward. Well, what are they dragging with it? They're dragging the heels with it too. Look at that. Now see the shape? How it's shaped the same now? And I can aim down it and I don't see it high over here or high over here. And then bring it back. What helps you again, look at that. Now see the shape? Okay, so you're going to see different types of symmetry. Can you see the coffin bone? Anybody?
Yes.
Okay. And so the edge of your coffin bone is right about here. The edge of the sole corium and the coffin bone is right about here, because the sole corium that covers the coffin bone, it grows this convex rim of sole here. Now, of course, you got to make allowances for different things, like the fact that my foot over here is distorted. You know, this side's pushed out, things like that. So because this wall goes out that way, it's not going to be totally the exact same as this, you know. And I might want to keep that in mind when I'm doing this side, so that I don't screw up and think I got to make this side look like that side because I'm not paying attention. And then I'd wind up taking it way down or something, trying to make it look symmetrical when that side has got an asymmetry or something like that. So each side is independent. You got to make allowances for whatever's going on in the foot. But now, do you see the shape of the foot? Look at the width of the convex sole ridge. Now, I'm personally still working on how much I should take down right here. Okay. Yeah. But anyway, um all these little things. And then I'll come in here and I'm going to clean all this up too. But I do think it's interesting how when you take this down, when you learn to manage this sole and get this foot right, and you haven't cleaned this up, you will see the coffin bone appear. See? That's pretty cool. Okay, gonna continue here. And look at how nice and thick and wide the walls are, you know, except over here. Now, this is the area that has opened up. That used to be, all this is new sole in here. See, I should show you, okay, so like in 2019, I thought I had a good foot because I had thick sole in this area, but in truth, I had false heels, curled in heels, and a bunch of other problems that I didn't realize. Yeah, the sole I have here now is an amazing thing because this was hollow. When I finally started uncurling these heels and taking these bars way back and it started opening up here, this was just hollow in here. But it just kept going, and eventually the sole that had not grown in there for years started growing. Here, I'm gonna turn this back on. Okay. How it's shaped the same now? And I can aim down it and I don't see it high over here or high over here. And then what helps you again, read your growth rings going around the side. If they start to go up like this, the growth rings down here. Wow, I'm almost perfect on my line, which is amazing. I want you to see the line that I drew. Okay, see that white line? Okay, it's following a growth ring. Yeah, see, I just followed the growth ring there. And see, now I know I'm learning to really get the foot shaped correctly. If I can have that foot upside down and take it down like that, and 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 then I'm reading the sole ridge, I'm reading the shape of the white line, the width of the sole ridge. I know what the shape of the foot basically is, you know, and so all these things going into my head, and so then taking that down and then coming around and looking at this, I'm really pleased with that because I know that I'm getting it, you know? First of all, I've been doing it this way for a while, and so already it's paid off in that you can see how symmetrical my growth rings are. Your growth rings ultimately are as wide as your coronary band area here. Let's look at this here. Okay, so you got this here, and then there again, and you can just see them. See how they kind of do that? Um, so yeah, so you can read those, and let's see, let me undo that. Where am I at? Clear all drawings. So looking at this now, I'm really pleased that I know that what I'm doing is working, you know, because I can tell by the symmetry of all these things that things are in the right spot. And I trimmed that foot, and I took the sides of the foot down, and then turning around and looking at this and all these other things, I can tell, hey, whatever I'm doing, it's working, and it's tending to make the foot better and better. So I think this is a vital thing that we need to learn. First, how to rest these feet down flat and level, but also following the shape of the foot. Now, you can't just rasp a foot like this if you ain't got that foot, and you can't just force these feet. This is something that you're going to have to gradually learn to incorporate so that you're like, you don't want to, if your horse doesn't have any soul, you don't want to try and force rasp it like it's a piece of wood to make a soul ridge you don't have, so to speak. Okay, let's see. Okay, where am I at? What am I doing? Okay, there we go. All right, so let's go again. Of a fourth of an inch all the way around. And what I mean is your growth rings here, you can see them. See them? You can see them there. Okay. They'll, instead of being smooth like mine, they'll go up like this because you left it high and the wall will jam up. Okay. Okay. Well, that looks pretty good. I'm gonna rasp just a tiny bit more, maybe. Yep. A little tiny bit more on this outside. Here. I got that inside super perfect. I'm amazed. I mean, everything just came together. Measured a 3.5-inch dorsal wall. And I've got smooth, symmetrical growth rings going around the toe. And So I marked one 1/4, a 3.5 inch toe, marked the growth ring, which have no rises in them. They're perfectly symmetrical. And I hadn't looked. I mean, I just rasped that other side down, and it came just perfect to the line. This side here is still a little high, maybe, which is probably why I'm having a hard time getting that heel back. Because your hoof wall is longest in the very center, and then and the horn tubule in the very center, and then gradually they reduce in length about a third till you get to the heel. The dorsal wall is 3 to 3.5 inches. Well, yeah, for him, and so 3.5 is too long. I'm right now at 3.25, which seems to be just perfect for him. I'm down to live sole. I'm right to the sole ridge perfectly. That was Valor's stomach. I don't know if you heard that. And so I noticed, this heel is being dragged forward probably by part of the pillars. Or see how hard do habits die? Toe quarters. And so I want that toe quarter down so that heel can be pushed back. So I'm going to take it down just a little bit more to follow my growth ring there. All right. Now, you don't have to follow the growth rings if you mark them. You know, you have to use common sense. You don't want to. I'm going to look here. Hold on. And I'm seeing here. See this heel? You can really see how it's aimed out and pushed out, pushing the side out there.
Yes.
Yes, this is slightly higher, so I'm going to go ahead and take that down. Let's see. Okay, and then I'm going to be right at my line. See, I go like this and get this area here. Put the foot down. I didn't take off enough, I don't think. Yep, I can take off just a little more. Don't have to. I'm going to sight down my toe. Not my heels. Don't ever sight your heels. But you can sight your toe. You can, though. Yeah, you don't sight your heels like from here. Let me get annotate again. Yeah, never sight heels. Because okay, if say I'm sighting down my heels, I'm looking at the height from here to here. Okay. So it says preparing to live stream. I wonder what happened. Who knows? Okay, don't ever sight this length here of your heels, but you can sight, just a minute here. You can sight this little piece right here. Okay, these little pieces right here, because they wind up getting higher and pulling your heel forward. If I find a picture, I'll show you. So you wouldn't, like if you had already measured your heels and you're going to keep them that height, but then you sight down, but you're not sighting this part. You're sighting to the side over here. Okay. Now sometimes it's good to leave it high, but after you get some heel going and stuff like that, if you keep leaving it high, it's just going to drag your heel forward. Okay, so sometimes you have to take this area down a bit.
Would
Okay,
you put a notch there because of that flare?
yeah, you could do that. I could do that. Could do that too. In fact, I think I did cut it off. I just came in there and just took some nippers and snipped it out. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna start this again. Yeah, okay. I think I'll put a shoe on that. Okay. Now you see how the sole ridge appeared more. Yeah, so that's why I trimmed this area down right here over so that hopefully this can pull in more. Not supposed to do that. Not supposed to go back and forth like that, just so you know. It's only one way. One way. There, look at that nice tight white line I got there. Look at them nice thick hoop walls. Looking pretty good. It felt like I took up a lot, but it doesn't even look like it moved down here. Oh well, good enough. Good enough. All right. Let's just take a look here again. That is pretty good. I might just barely, now here's the thing too. Look at this part of your foot here and here. I'm okay over here. I don't want to take down my heel points this time, really at all. But that doesn't mean you won't burnish them. You know what I mean? Just take off the thinnest layer because you want to keep encouraging them to grow. Can't get greedy. So maybe. But I'm going to burnish them a little. So that they will be encouraged to grow. Small teeth. Of course, this heel over here is kind of funky. Yeah. I think I need to cut that out of there.
Are you taking away sole?
What?
You're taking the sole out in this moment?
Yeah. Well, did you see what it looked like? There's like a kind of a hole in the wall, and then it's kind of caved in there. So I thought I just thought I needed to clean that out.
Thank you.
See, defining that area. See, one thing that happens is you're making decisions the whole way. Should I, shouldn't I? You know what I mean? It's not always just, this is the absolute thing I'm going to do. I mean, there are kind of some absolutes, but you're still, I still always question myself. Am I doing the right thing? Should I do this? Should I do that? Like getting to this point and looking at that, I'm going, well, I want to leave the heels high, but is it good to leave this congestion and all this junk there? See? Hold on there, buddy. Quit. Okay, so I still see me a little high right here. Of course, sometimes you're growing heels in, you want to leave that
And
anyway.
that's
But
probably why it's cracked and funky like that too, because it did get high.
I'm just gonna. There we go. Okay. There's the foot. Now I can either, now what I'll do is I'm just gonna take these hard outer tubules off and round the wall so he don't cut himself, because that's pretty sharp. Okay. But if I was a farrier and I want to put a shoe on, wouldn't be a bad foot to put a shoe on, except oh my gosh. Dude. Okay, so I'm just going to get the grinder and I'm just going to clean up the foot. And then I'm going to probably back him up. I'm going to take off some of the harder tubules. Maybe I'll just kind of lightly see, I'm starting to think of like, do I want a little bit of leverage on that toe so that those heels will pull back? I don't know. Okay, all right, so, okay, now I'm going to take the sander. I'm going to sand his foot. Need to put a mask on. You want to wear a respirator. Okay, there we go. All right, I got two. Actually got 3 grinders here. Got my 3-inch. It's not a flap disc, it's made out of metal, like more like a rasp. And then this sander one here, flap disc. And they're both corded and variable speed, but you can get them without. So let's start with this. You know, I don't know if I'll use that other one or not. You want to move your cords so that your horse doesn't step on it and electrocute himself and you. Okay. Oh my goodness gracious. Here, give me a foot. Okay, we're gonna move this. Okay, here we go.
It'll be noisy. See, you got complete control. I'm just taking off very, very, very little and paying attention to, but see, I can take all that grimy stuff off. And that's going to encourage that sole to grow. Okay,
so that's Mr. Battler.
Got to go to the other video. I ran out of battery. So hold on. Let's see. Okay, let me get the other video started. Okay. Let's, oops, just a minute here. Oh, hold on. Okay. A minute here. Share. Oh, wrong one. share. Wait a minute. Okay, here we go. Well, I ran out of battery. I looked up and the screen was black. So I'll show you where we're at. I don't know where we ended exactly, but this is what we got cleaned up. Yeah, look at that. With this little Hummer here. Just lightly. When we pay for a trim, hopefully in the future, you see the farrier profession, they get all bent out of shape about, well, they can't make shoes, how would they make money? Well, imagine if you had the knowledge to develop for somebody the true foot of the horse, okay? And once you become a professional, once you even get so that you don't even have to map, you just know what you're doing, and you know where that horse's foot is at, and you know where it needs to go, you know, that knowledge skill would be highly sought after. I mean, I'd pay somebody to come trim my horse. How about you? See, wouldn't that be nice? See, that's what I see for the future of farriery, when their knowledge that they used to have 2,000 years ago, or even 300 years ago, when their knowledge is restored to them. See, because it was stolen from them. And this is what my research has shown, that literally their knowledge was stolen from them by the colleges, by the academies, by the philosophers who, when we started getting freedom and stuff like that, to be able to, the printing press is invented, right? People are going to start writing books. People are going to start, exploring the freedom to think, to discover, to invent. Well, these colleges and these academies and these kings, especially in France, starting out in France, come in there and they wanted to regulate all the crafts. And that's exactly what they started doing, to where they started regulating doctrine, never having picked up a foot in their life, regulating it from the halls of the academies, see, the elite, so that they could put a license on it and tax it. And so anyway, very, very interesting, the history of how they came in and royally screwed the farriers over, stole their knowledge, inserted something else, this frog pressure doctrine. Boy, I'm telling you the whole history behind this. Okay, see, so what my heart on the matter is to somehow be able to communicate these things, to open people's eyes, to be able to restore what has been stolen. See, my heart is totally different about farriers now. I didn't like them for a long time. No, I mean, I know we've had a few nice ones around, like Dawn and stuff like that, but I'm talking about in general as a species. They're pretty ornery. So, well, they just didn't like barefooters. And of course, I never was a barefooter. I didn't even know that there was such a thing as shoes only crowd, or not no shoes crowd. What, barefoot only? Yeah. And so my heart on the matter is that this knowledge will be restored to them, that horses had heels. See? Okay, so let's go on here a little more. Yeah, so I'm looking at this hill now that we're sitting here, and I'm looking at this. I'm looking at this hill and I'm thinking, okay, look here. Just a minute. Let me annotate. Okay. Look here, this heel. Okay, I'm thinking I could come up here and define this corner more. See? Define that corner more right there. And I might, well, I don't know, might even be able to straighten this bar out a little more. It's curved, but I might be able to do something to straighten it or do something to where it's going to release this heel more. Okay. But see all this nice platform that opened up here? See? Nice platform. See, I've got really good, what I don't know what you call it. So you got this here, you got your bars ending right here. Okay, and your breakover is right here. I mean, I'm really getting a nice symmetrical foot, so to speak, with nice sole platform in the heels, but there's still more to go. Okay. Let's see, how do I do that? Okay. You know, um, so now I got to the frog. So now I'm gonna lightly clean up the frog with this here. I will get this, it's kind of noisy, sorry about that. Let's see here. There we go. There we go. Okay, here we go. This thing's about to go. I'm trying not to hit the bar. Fast forwarding it just a little. Quit. Later. Yeah, see? Now, now I cleaned up this area up here, and you can see how with the growth and everything and high, how the excess pressure kind of cracked that wall there. That's that corner I cleaned up. There we go. Just a minute. Has anybody else but me noticed how grinders draw flies? It's like They think there's a bunch of flies there or something, I guess. So they're gonna go join in whatever there is to eat. Okay, let's see what I got here.
Okay. Okay. Okay, well, this is good. Now, see, after cleaning that out, I got a white line almost all the way around. So when I see that, I know I'm doing good. But I'm not gonna necessarily force that. So yeah, and I want to get in here and kind of make a central focus, although it's, well, we could say it's in the center this way, even if it ain't down here no more. Maybe that's what they meant. Maybe I was wrong all along. Okay. Let's get up here and see where we end. Okay. Round out the, that is. Okay. Anyway, now I'm going to take off just the harder outer tubules. And then you always want to finish off with the light teeth of the rasp to make sure you haven't got sharp edges, especially on the inside. Because even when you do a bevel here, you're going to wind up with a sharp edge up around just to the water rim of that. What I'm going to do foot. Today. Okay. So I'm going to take this side in more. Anyway, just taking off the hardest pigmented outer tubules where I have a line of water line going around the rim of the foot. I know, here's another thing too that you want to pay attention to. Well, that's pretty much it. I'm going to round off the outer wall. Okay, now I forgot what I was going to say. Oh, you see the color of the white line? I mean, it's yellow, but it's not excessively yellow, right? If you're rasping down and it gets really bright yellow, that means you're getting closer and you've got less sole. Because it will, I mean, and sometimes your walls aren't connected, so you're not going to get a white line at all until you get more heel and the alignment of the horn tubules in the sides of the foot come back so that the wall can grow down, join with the sole, and then they grow down to the wall. Then you can get a clean white line. But see, you can't always get a clean white line. You would have to, you may have to, well, just may not be there. You've got white line separation. Oh my God, what the hell was that? Sorry. Sorry. Something fell off the shelf. Scared the crap out of me. Oops. I'm old. I scare easy. Sorry about that. Okay, so okay, now I'm all shook up. Okay. All right, so if the white line gets very yellow, it's either the foot is compromised in some way, or you're getting too close up to where the wall and the sole meet, where that biological rubber yellow glue is injected into the hoof wall from the sole. Okay, so I'm really happy. I've got a very nicely colored white line. I've got a
tinge, just a slight tinge of red down here, but you know, I hadn't trimmed him for 5 months, and so there was pressure on the toe. But it wasn't too bad. I mean, that's not too much discoloration there. Okay, so we'll go. Now I'm going to use the bigger grinder to grind off that sharp outer rim. Big old aged one anyway.
That's pretty much it.
Well,
Okay.
that's pretty much it for that. Let's look at the pictures. Let's see. Oh, where am I? Okay, let me screen share. Just look at the pictures that are done. Well, yeah. Okay. Okay. So, see, I mean, he's got a good strong foot. Look at that. Look at that nice straight bar. You know, full sole in the heels. Uh, something I've been working for quite a while. Nice wide frog. Um, the bulbs are not, there's no, like they used to be totally wrapped up in here, pulled in here. Now they're here. Gradually everything's moving back. This frog is moving back. So, you know, this isn't just, again, I just want to warn people that this just isn't a matter of taking a grinder in there or rasp or whatever and then just carving this out. Okay. This foot to the point I'm at has been grown to this, not carved to this. But you do have to learn to clean up the feet, but not to the point where you may not have this much foot. See? Maybe all you could do is just lightly kind of clean stuff up because you have, you know, a tiny bit of sole. You have no heels, things like that. So, you know, but if you don't at least start to attempt some of these things, how can you learn? So now that I'm looking at this foot, you know, I see other things I could do, you know, maybe to help get this heel uncurled, uh, things like that. Oh, well now this is, I had a sock on him. This is back in, when is that? 12/25/24. Well, let's just take a look at what his feet looked like back then. Got the rear foot. They've come a long way too since then. Yeah, socks on him, keep his feet wet. Hold on here a second. We'll take a look at that foot, what it used to look like. Just a second. Okay, here we go. Share. Okay, this is actually the other foot, but both feet are basically the same. Okay, so this is when I'm trying to uncurl the bulbs and the heels when I was taking out the hook of the heel buttresses. The heel buttresses were totally wrapped in and leaning up against the frog and pointing towards one another. And so let's see here. You're going to see, okay, so you know how I showed you on that other foot, I told you this, that the sole was hollow in here, right? Because again, now I want to find a picture to show you 2019 when I thought I had a good foot. So just hold on. Let's see. Where would that be? Pictures. TU. Okay, just a second here. Okay, so here on the left, you see, when you first look at it, you think, well, that looks like an okay foot, right? Well, this weren't the real heels, and this was not the real sole in the seat of the corn. Now, this is again, is the other foot, but they've both gone through the same process. Okay. Now, what it was, I'll show you why I finally figured out I didn't have the true foot of the horse. Just a minute here. Now that don't look bad. See there? Nice big, looks like big strong bars. Look at that thick sole and all that. What I didn't know was these bulbs here were curled up in there, and this periopal rope was covering this is a periopal frog, the whole thing. This was in 2019. Okay, so this was the foot right here. Look at the cartilages, these weird bulby looking bulbs. So when it would get wet, I had seen the cartilages do a full extension. And then when it would dry up, they'd all suck up again and get weird and rounded like that. And so, of course, so that's when I started cutting out that periopal rope that develops to hold the hoof capsule on when you're trimming the heels out. When you're trimming the heels out, gradually the heels and the bulbs curl around behind the foot, and the bulbs and the coronary band follows the frog forward under the foot. And they curl in, and then that periopal rope goes over them and hides the whole thing. And you can see, though, how here the, well, just a minute. So, Joella, look at here. I got the same thing going on with this foot right here that you have going on with yours.
I think she left.
Okay. So here, look, wall looked good, foot looked good, things started moving. Now I know now, I didn't know then. I wondered why it was a weird color because you don't see it as much, or you don't notice it as much in dark feet as you do in light feet. But this is that whole foot moving internally. And of course, it's gonna, you know, do whatever it does to come loose in there, and that's where you're going to get this brown color. And I've seen it plenty of times. I haven't had it for a long time now, about a year. Well, no, about 6, 7 months. But every time you do something that restores this foot and things move, you'll see that color show up. So, what's going on here? Get out of the way. Okay, so just different stages I've gone through with these feet, trying to figure out, well, what is a true foot? See, unwrapping these bulbs, things like that. So yeah, I thought I had a good foot there, but it wasn't the real foot. So then when I started unwrapping this thing, I started seeing that the heel buttresses were actually curled in and up against the frog. And so then when they started to uncurl and open up, look what happens. Look at the difference in the heel here, how it starts to get hollow because this was wrapped up and covering up the true heel. And so this the way this stuff grows, like the sole, if it gets covered up, it stops growing like grass. And so then if you uncover it, it'll start growing again, thank goodness. And so that's another stage of the foot that I'm comparing to this same one here. Say, different stage altogether here than that one. That that's just from allowing that foot to come uncurled. Let's see. So compare this to, let's go over to this other foot just a minute here. Where is my foot? Hold on. Let me go get them other pictures. Okay, so compare that foot uh to, well, like compare this foot here. Okay. Again, well, that's opening up. Okay, to what it developed into. Of course, this is the other foot, but don't make any difference. See the difference? See that whole foot? Look right here. See that? That's full. Before this frog was pushed clear up into here, and these bulbs curled up clear into here. And then the opal grew over the whole thing so you didn't even know what was going on. That is because these horses can't survive if they're wearing their heels out. Their foot will go into overdrive to hold everything together. And then if you don't know what the true foot of the horse is to begin with, you know, which we didn't, then you don't even know what's going on. And so as long as it's that way, it will never return to what it should unless well, if he's out in the wild and got enough moisture and enough different things that could uh somehow undo that periopal rope and that periopal frog and all that and unbind those heels and uncurl them and everything like that, then that would probably work. So yeah, everything is just changed. The foot is just, I mean, once that frog starts really pushing all this up, then you really see the foot get full in the back, lift off the ground. Now, this frog down here eventually has to come up clear into here. These bulbs here eventually will be up here, and that frog that's under there is going to come back and it's going to be between the heels here. And there's the front of his foot, finished. And again, that's 3¼ inches. Looks short in this picture, but it's 3¼ inches. A little more actually, because 3¼ was right to here. So has all that nice sole. Anyway, in the future, this is what our farriers need to know. They see it's knowledge. They need that knowledge restored to them that the Greeks had and stuff that developed those feet and that our wild horses can teach us about. So, well, okay, that's all I got to share on that. Any comments or questions or anything?
Yes, I have a question. Can you hear me?
Obviously not. Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to end this here today. Oh my God, it's early. We could go another 3 or 4 hours at least, eh? Do I sound like Canadian? Eh? I picked that up from my Canadian friends, eh? Okay.
Actually, I
Well,
have a question. Can you
you
hear
guys
me?
are all awesome. Thanks for being here today.
Hey, wait.
And
There's somebody,
got
Linda.
some interesting
Linda,
stuff coming up
She's got
that
her
I'm going to be
speaker
printing
off.
out and giving to people. So
can you hear
anyway,
us?
have a great week. Happy trimming. And let me know how you're doing with your horses. Okay. Can I say goodbye? Or is everybody still here? I'm
I don't know if you
alone.
can hear me.
Okay, guys.
Are you
See
there?
ya later. Can anybody hear me? Is
Yeah, but you can't
talking
hear
or I'm
us.
mute again? No, I'm not on mute.
Can you hear us?
I don't know what's going on. Just a minute.
Is your volume on?
Audio.
Turn me up.
Yeah, I'm not muted as far as I can see. Not hearing anything. Oh, turn volume up. Duh. I'm an idiot. I was muted.
You're not an idiot.
Okay,
Oh, wait,
anyway.
I do have a question.
Okay.
Sorry. Okay. So, right as you were about to pick up your Proxon to start the sanding process, you had
Uh-huh.
said something to the effect like, I don't know if I should do this and leave longer toe for leverage.
Yeah.
And I thought, so the leverage to help open up the hind end and kick back those heels. Can
Yeah,
you talk
just
more about that, please?
yeah. So the bulbs and the cartilage get pulled down and under.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so you if you notice these horses self-trimming in that, their toe will grow long, they'll break out the quarters. And it's like if you have a shoe on that's too big,
Mm-hmm.
it as you break over, your heel kind of wants to come out of your shoe, right?
Oh, yeah, yeah. Make a blister. Yeah.
Okay. Well, and I mean literally your heel, if you don't watch it, you walk out of your shoe. Like I'm talking about the mechanical deal of putting a shoe on and taking a shoe off.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So their toes grow long. And so then as they're walking, there's pressure on the back of the foot that has the effect of pulling out of the capsule. Because, these capsules come off. Oh, which that reminds me too, before we load, I have to show you something I found. Anyway, what it does is it just puts pressure so that when the horse walks, it's pulling on the back of his foot, which has a tendency to move the bulbs and let them come up and pull the back of
Mm.
the foot back. Does that make
Okay.
sense?
Yeah. Yep. 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 Yep.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I forgot. There's one other thing I needed to share with you guys that I found um, on Valor's back foot. So hold on. Hold on there. Just hold on. Let's see. Let me get it open here. Yeah, I hadn't trimmed this foot for a long time. Just a minute here. And then we'll end here. Let me share. Okay, share. Okay. Here we go. Okay, gonna share here. Here we go. Okay, am I recording? Well, I guess I am. Okay, well, I decided that I'm gonna, instead of doing the hoof I was showing you, I thought that I would do a rear hoof first, because I noticed he was kind of limping on that foot, and so I'd like to find out. I'd like to find out why. So hold on here just a second. Oh, yeah, just a second. All right. Well, okay, so I notice he's got a lot of sole in this foot. And so one of the things I want to do before I even attempt to map it is I just want to kind of take out some of this sole, because, see there, he had a lot of sole, and you can really tell how long the wall is and stuff. But yeah, he was limping on this foot here. So let's just take this sole out. And it's been wet. Thanks. Okay, well, I wonder why he was limp though, because I mean he's got good sole, his feet's good, the frog's fine, and everything like that. Well, there's something going on. I'm feeling something in there. Wonder what it is. Let's see here. Let's see. Something is feeling just a little kind of funny. Let me just kind of, just a minute here, boy. Just kind of, oh gosh. Oh, I see what it is. He's got a rock in his shoe. By George, look at that. See, had a rock in his foot.
You're funny.
All right, well, buddy, your foot's in good shape though, isn't it? Yeah. Want to make sure you grow a good shoe on that foot there. All right, well, we'll get the rock out. Get the rock out of his shoe. Just kind of dump it out there and put it back on and proceed to trim. All right. Yeah, here we go. I thought I'd prank everybody there a little bit.
Too cute.
Haha. Well, hey, does anybody else have anything I want to talk about or say or anything like that?
No, thank you.
Hey, you're welcome. Thanks for being here. Hey.
It was good listening. Good chat.
Oh, hey, thanks. Hi, Janet.
Hi, I really like, and I've been so vigilant about the shape of the foot and keeping
Good.
those toe quarters down. It really does make such a difference.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah.
So just wanted to say anybody that's not gone after it, do it.
Do it, huh? Yeah. Yeah, it's helped me a bunch. Finally got myself to doing it and stuff. Well, hey, you guys are all great. And we will be talking to y'all next week. Okay.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Okay. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.